All right, well, welcome everybody. My name is Brian Elsister and I'm Governor Ever's Chief Legal Counsel and also have privilege of being chair of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. Today is our June 10th, 2022 pardon hearing. I'm going to go over a few housekeeping items and then make introductions, and then we will jump right into things. So to begin with, just be aware that we are live streaming this. This is a public meeting that was publicly noticed. So please make sure that you can do me two things. One, make sure that you're muted. So we just have the pardon board members who are can ask questions and we can hear whoever's turn it is when they're speaking. Two, it makes it a lot easier for us if you turn your camera off until it's your turn to come before the board. So you can do both of those. In Zoom, there's a little microphone icon and a little camera icon in the lower left-hand corner of your screen to turn your camera and microphone on and off. When it is your turn, I'm going to be calling up folks in the order that they are listed on the open meeting notice. So we'll be going starting with Brandon, then India, Terence, Luis, James, Arlie, Ernesto, John, Deanna, and then Christopher. When it's your turn to speak, you have about 5 to 7 minutes before the board in order to share your story with us. We sent you some questions. That we'd like you to answer during those 5 to 7 minutes. Please be concise in terms of explaining how you ended up with a felony conviction, what you've done since then, and why you believe there's a chance to receive a pardon. After you have spoken, I'm going to open it up to the board. They may or may not have questions for you. And then after you're done, you can jump off the call. You do not need to stay on. Nobody does. You can go about enjoying the rest of your day and hopefully the rest of your weekend. After we hear from everybody today, we are going to be meeting in closed session and we'll be making recommendations to the governor on who should receive further consideration. If you receive majority support from the board, your application will be forwarded and then Governor Evers will make a decision. If you do not receive majority support, your application will be denied and you'll receive a rejection letter from the board. Similarly, if Governor Evers approves your pardon application, you'll be notified of that and receive a copy of the pardon. If he denies it, you'll receive a rejection letter from the board. If you receive that letter from the board, you can reapply in 18 months from the date of the letter. You hear you've waited the longest to get to today. After today, usually it takes anywhere from about a month to 6 weeks in order to either get your pardon or a rejection letter from the board. And before I start things off with Brandon, I am going to do a quick round of introductions. So joining with me today on the board, we have Judge Jeff Kremers. Jeff is a retired judge from Milwaukee County. We have Jerry Hancock, a former state and county prosecutor and now director of the Prison Ministry Project. We have Cindy O'Donnell with the Wisconsin Department of Corrections and previously with the Wisconsin Department of Justice. And last but not least, we have Myrna Warrington, who works in vocational rehabilitation as a tribal council member. And so with that, let me see if we have Brandon. Brandon, there you go.
Good morning.
Thanks, Brandon. Well, you heard my introduction. You get to be the lucky first person to go and set the example for everyone else. So please explain how you ended up with your felony conviction, what happened afterwards, and why you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon. So please proceed.
My name is Brandon Seehaver. I'm from Green Bay, Wisconsin. I got convicted of delivery and manufacturing of cocaine in 2002 and delivery and manufacture of THC in 2002. My sentence was 3 months in jail and 5 years probation, which I completed. A little backstory to how I ended up getting in trouble. I was very young, I was foolish, I was hanging around a lot of bad kids, and to be honest, I don't think anything I was necessarily doing was that was wrong was making me think too far into my future about any consequences. And then high school friend called me and I had asked me to find him some marijuana or cocaine, and I could find him some, so I knew some other friends which I had called, and I had gotten him 2.79 grams of cocaine. And 5 days later, I think the police were in contact with him already, to where they were kind of asking him to get more stuff from me. And he contacted me again 5 days later and asked if I could find him any marijuana, and which I made some phone calls and got him 3.12 grams of marijuana and sold that to him. It just, I mean, even going through it now, it sounds stupid, and I wasn't experienced in any of it, and I didn't have a full understanding of like I said, the consequences. I was young, I was foolish, I was only 17 years old. Like I said, I don't think I was thinking too much into the future of the consequences of any of my actions at that younger age. I would like to be pardoned because I am 100% remorseful. I'm sorry, apologetic. I'm 39 years old now, and I have 2 children, and I realize the full capacity of the consequences that I've been dealing with for the past 20 years. They were unfortunate decisions. They were stupid, and I wish I didn't make them, but I did. And I honestly think if I wouldn't have gotten in trouble at that young of an age, I think it might have been worse maybe later on down the road. So to be honest, I think it honestly maybe set me off on the right path here, to where I haven't been in trouble pretty much since high school. I own a small business. It would mean the world to my family if I could finish up the rest of my adult life, with a clean public record and my constitutional rights restored. I've owned my own successful business since 2013. I would just like a pardon just for potential clients and contractors, any brokers or companies who do a background check on me and are considering hiring me or my company. The pardon would help just to get more work and land more jobs and to scale and grow my business. Also just to be pardoned, to be respected and looked at as a trustworthy leader. I'm a good person. I'm a great father. I'm a good family member. I'm a great contractor. I'm a wonderful business owner. We have great reviews. Being pardoned is how to establish more credibility as well. It can just to show myself and my family and anyone else that with enough hard work, I can right the ways of my past, and just to move forward. And it'd be nice to just to go to chaperone field trips and stuff for the kids for my daughters at school. And I'm healthy. I'm a little health nut. I exercise every day. I try every day to be a better person, mentally, physically, emotionally, financially. And I try to educate myself daily with reading and with positive life goals and affirmations. And pardon just to redeem myself in the eyes of the law, in the eyes of my family, in the eyes of my daughters, the community, society, as well as myself. I was 17 years old. I was foolish, and when these incidents took place, I'm 37, and I'm respectable. I'm responsible. I'm a father with 2 children and a successful business so far. One successful business so far, and I've been trying for 20 plus years now, or almost 20 years. It's to continue and try every day and prove to show everyone, to myself, that I'm a better person than what my record shows.
Thanks, Brendan. One quick question I have for you. Can you just talk to me a little bit about 3 different incidents? You had 2 of which were, looks like, non-criminal probation violations in 2006, 2008. What was that about? I know it's a long time ago, but do you recall what that was?
I think it was for drinking, maybe.
Okay.
And I think there might have been like an altercation, and and I was a probation violation for the drinking, I believe.
Okay. And then the other one was in 2016. You had arrest for misdemeanor disorderly conduct. I know it was dismissed, but what was that about?
That was an argument between my spouse and I, and then the police came, and they just took me from the residence.
Okay, thanks. Other questions from the board? Jerry?
Brandon, I have several questions. Does your conviction prevent your company from being listed on things like Angie's List?
No, sir, I do not believe so.
Okay. How long have you been drug-free?
For pretty much since high school, almost we're almost 20 years now. I very, very, very rarely drink.
And you, in your application, you were very clear that you don't associate with people that were that part of your life.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask this question very carefully. Would your parents currently be a challenge to your sobriety?
No, not at all. My parents?
Well, in your application, you indicate that you were not the only one in your family that was involved using drugs.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to determine if that would still be an issue in your family.
No, sir. My father doesn't, like, he drinks very rarely, but he doesn't do any drugs or alcohol at all. My mother has had a long, rough road, and she still drinks, but she doesn't do any drugs or anything that I know of, at least. And she hasn't for a long time, so she seems to be doing better in that part.
And when you were selling your drugs, where were you getting the marijuana from?
It was other high school friends. So it was mainly somebody would need something, and I would call one of my other friends who I knew would have something, and I would either get that for a little bit of a cheaper price, or maybe I would be able to get a little bit of marijuana for myself for free, and then I would help hook him up. The cocaine was kind of the same thing. It was the marijuana was way more prevalent. The cocaine was a very small, short window to where when I got caught with it, it wasn't like a main thing that we were doing, or any of the kids even at school were doing. It was just very recreational and small amounts.
Well, then why did you end up with more than $1,000 in cash in your bedroom when the police came?
I had been saving that. I've been working since I was 15 years old, and it was just cash that I had from summer jobs and stuff that I was saving.
Well, I think you told the police you were saving that money to buy more drugs with.
That might have been true. I'm not 100% sure or not if that was the case. When they had me in there, they were questioning me. I was very nervous, and I felt like they were pushing a lot of stuff to try and to get me in trouble. Obviously, well, I was in trouble, but I feel like they were trying to make it more than what it was.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, is there any way I can touch on that, or I'm not trying to minimize the situation at all. I definitely know that I everything I was doing was 100% incorrect. It was wrong. I wasn't. I guess I know that I was finding drugs, selling drugs, hooking up other kids with drugs, like I said, but from my perspective as a 17-year-old, looking back at it now, yes, that's exactly what I was doing, 100% wrong. But when I was 17, I was minimizing everything, and I wasn't really looking at it like it was a big deal, or if I was doing that much wrong.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Cindy?
What kind of business do you run now?
It's a painting. It's a new construction and remodels. I'm a contractor for I first started in the showcase of homes, so we did a lot of new construction homes when I first started, but now we do a lot of remodels. But we do like interior painting, exterior painting. We do a lot of windows, doors, trim packages. So any of like the base and the trim and the door jambs and windows and stuff in your home we do. And then we do a lot of ceilings and walls and stuff.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Brennan? All right, well, thanks, Brendan, for appearing before us. As I said at the beginning, you'll hear from us in about a month from today's hearing, give or take, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Everybody have a great day.
right, next. We'll be hearing from India Pryor. So India, thanks. Looks like you have your camera on. Just need you to unmute yourself. There you go. Well, you've had the benefit of seeing how this goes, Ms. Pryor. So, please proceed in terms of telling us about how you ended up with your felony conviction, what happened afterwards, and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon. So please proceed.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be considered for a pardon. I edited some things because I wanted to be respectful of everyone's time, but I would be happy to answer any questions. In 2007, I was charged with operating a vehicle while under the influence while causing bodily harm. In 2007, I did operate a vehicle under the influence of alcohol, and I had taken ecstasy. During that time period, I was very irresponsible and I lived a risky lifestyle, and I thought I was invincible to the consequences of my actions. That night of the accident, I hit a pole head on and my friend was injured badly. She had to get a flight for life and she suffered a broken pelvic and other injuries. At that very moment, I realized I was naive and foolish for thinking that I was exempt from that I couldn't cause an accident or hurt someone, possibly kill them while under the influence. When I looked over and saw my friend was hurt, I cried and I apologized over and over again. I love my friend dearly, and our families are still close to this day. I deeply apologize, and our families have been able to move on, and she has wholeheartedly accepted my apology. I was sentenced to 90 days of Huber work release and 3 years of probation. And the judge ordered me to take a AOD assessment, and whatever the determination was, then that's what I would do. And the determination was that I needed AODA counseling. So right after my release, I got out early, 60 days instead of 90 days of my sentencing for good behavior. And so right after my release, I went right away and I got into a new counseling for AA counseling. And then on my own, I went to 12-step meetings a couple of times a week at St. Vincent de Paul and the Friendship Club in Milwaukee. I wanted to change my life. And so I wanted to do more to show that my probation officer that I wasn't just doing, getting the help because of the judge order. This is something that I decided for myself. I successfully completed my probation and I maintained my sobriety. I was able to do that because I no longer had the desire to drink or use drugs. It was just no longer fun for me anymore. And it almost ruined my life and almost killed my friend because I was under the influence. I saw it as a downfall and I mentally and physically wanted to be better. And I promised, and so that was a promise I made and a promise that I kept. Also having children has shifted my life to make better decisions because I wanted to be there for my kids. I also enrolled in school the end of the summer of my jail time, and I went right into MATC that August to go into the nursing program. I did that for many years while having children, focusing on school, just trying to get into church, just trying to be a better person and prove it to myself and also my friend that I was sorry. I had ended up switching my majors over to human services, and I shortly graduated with my associate's degree. Currently, I'm working towards completing my last 8 credits for my bachelor's degree in human services, and I'm currently in the process of getting a licensed child care center. I was originally denied by the Department of Families and Children because of my offenses, a barred offense. However, I had the opportunity to appear before their review board and I was approved. So that's where I'm at. I'm excited about getting ready to start my business with helping families to care for their children in a safe and clean environment. But I really love working with children with autism. So I've worked as a case manager for several years, and I have the pleasure of working with all populations of people. But my most favorite was working with children and adolescents, and like I mentioned, children with autism, particularly. I was a children helper at MPS schools. That was a job I would go home I would be laughing and smiling all day with the kids, and I would go home with the biggest smile on my face. And I would also feel guilty if I had to miss work because my colleagues would call me and tell me a student was having a bad day. So that was just, right at that point, I knew I can spend the rest of my life working with kids and I would be very happy. So once I plan on going even further with working with children and getting into a master program at UWM that focus on assisting families of children with disabilities. I have the God-given gift to connect with children with with all children. But like I said, I want to advocate for children and be advocate for family and children with disabilities, and I want to be resourceful. If I get this pardon, I can make a difference in so many lives, and I can help be the voice of those children that aren't verbal. So that's what I have, and I thank you guys for taking the time again to consider me.
Thanks, Ms. Pryor. Did you remain in contact with the victim?
Yes, we still remain in contact. We look at each other as family. Our families are integrated.
Okay. Questions from the board? All right. Well, thanks, Ms. Pryor, for appearing before us and sharing your story. You'll hear from us in about a month, but hope you have a good day.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Terence Martin. So Terence, let me see if you're on. It looks here by phone. All right, Terence, well, you've heard how this goes, so please proceed with sharing your story in terms of how you ended up with your felony conviction, what happened afterwards, and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon. So please proceed.
Good morning, and thank you for considering me. Well, in 1994, I was at my kid's mother house. I stayed there, and it was raided. The police were following, were watching her brother, and at the time, I had marijuana in my pocket. When they raided the house, they followed him from some other location to where she lived, and that was the first. I was charged with a misdemeanor, but if you look it up, it's like under a felony case. And for years, I didn't know that it was a misdemeanor that I was charged with. I always thought it was a felony, and I recently found out it was a misdemeanor. And in 2003, fast forward 2003, I got caught with marijuana. At this time, in 2003, I smoked marijuana. So, and that was my second offense. So, I was charged with a felony. That was a felony. That was an actual felony. I had 9 grams of marijuana on me, and I was charged with a felony. After that, I went to WCTC to get my CDLs. I initially wanted to do hazmat, and in the school, they kind of was like, if you have a felony, is not you wouldn't be able to do hazmat, and so eventually I started driving for a friend of mine. Hired me once I graduated. A friend of mine hired me, and I was driving a dump truck for him for like a couple of years, and I end up being able to get my own dump truck. I'm a business owner. I've been owning my own business since 2019, and when I started, it was like around the time the pandemic hit, so it's been like kind of up and down, but I'm gonna push through it. And I also want to, I want to expand my business and give opportunities to people that are in the same, in my same like predicament. And I I think within a couple of more years, I'll be able to get a couple of more trucks and hire some people on. And that's pretty much it.
All right, thanks, Mr. Martin. Questions from the board? Jerry?
Ms. Warren, I don't know if you saw the letter from your wife. It was very positive, and I don't know that my wife would write a letter that good.
Oh yeah, I saw a letter. Yeah, I've been married to her for we've been married for 12 years, and we've been together for, I want to say, almost 20 years. We have 2 children together, and she just completed nursing school and graduated. She's a full-time nurse now, and I'm so proud of her and what she's accomplished. You know, it's been a rough road, man. Like just being there for her while she's in school, because she stayed up all night studying, crying, and man, nursing school is really tough.
Well, you obviously have a very strong partnership.
Thank you.
Jeff, do you have a question?
Yeah, so good morning, sir. It looks like,
Good morning.
and these records are not always 100% accurate, but it looks like in 1997, a few years before the case we're talking about today, you were arrested for possession of cocaine with intent to deliver, but there's no disposition reported. Do you remember that arrest? And can you tell us what happened with that case?
In 1997,
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know if it was a time I was in a vehicle, and I don't know. I was in a vehicle maybe, and they found cocaine in the vehicle. But I don't remember ever being charged with cocaine. But it was like 4 people in the car. I can't remember, but I know I was taken down. It was, and I think that's probably what it was that at that time. But I was released with no charges at that time. I don't even think I stayed at the district.
Okay. Thank you.
I think that was that time. I think so.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. Martin, for appearing before us. I hope you and your wife have a wonderful weekend, and you'll hear from us in terms of the outcome of this process in about a month, give or take. I appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for considering me.
Sounds good, thanks. All right, next we have Luis Garcia. So Mr. Garcia, let me see. There we go. Oh, good morning, Mr. Garcia. You've had the benefit of seeing how this has gone a couple of times now, so please proceed.
And I watched last month's too.
Okay, you did your homework, even better.
A little bit. I have to, because I'm nervous. Even now, I'm super nervous still. My heart's beating.
Don't worry about it. You're not the
Even
only one or first one, so you'll do great. You'll do great.
But actually, the first, as far as like the criminal stuff, like that, my felony kind of started with my first case when I was 18. That kind of put me in a position where I wasn't able to see my daughter anymore. And once that happened, I kind of gave up on life. Like I really didn't care. I dove into drugs, to alcohol. Like I was always an athlete before that, and kind of like in my circle of friends and family that were in the streets, I was basically considered the preacher. Like I was always the one picking up pamphlets from everywhere. Like, oh, if you need some help, here goes this. But when I kind of gave up on life, like I ended up kind of being one of the worst ones. I'm just gonna be honest. So all those years, I are kind of a blur to me. I even remember one time, one of my friends from high school asked me how was my daughter and all that. And I literally said that she was 2 years old, and when he did his math, she was 5. So, like, to go over like all my little criminal background and all that stuff, like, to me, that's all a blur. Now that I got it on paper, I kind of know about it a little bit more. But yeah, all those years, it was just all lump sum. I call it my lowest moments in life, you know. That's what it was. But with support and family and friends, and anybody that I come in contact with, even you guys now, you know, this is all part of my journey, you know. It helped me clean myself up. So it all started with my second daughter that I gained full custody of her. Her mom was locked up for 5 years. All my little cases were all kind of smaller stuff. So that's how I got custody with help from my parents. I took care of her. The last time that I actually got locked up at house correction, which I believe was one of the misdemeanor batteries, but I was on probation for the felony of the marijuana. I remember being locked up, and that was when I decided that this was not my life for me. Hearing my daughter on the phone and being helpless, like, to being able to help her, she was just crying and screaming and crying. It pissed me off so much that I was like, I'm never coming here again. Like, this is not for me. So basically that was like the beginning of the transformation of getting back to like the good side of life. So when I got out, with help from my mom, I actually landed a job at P&H Mining Equipment, which is a very good job. People there didn't even know how I could get in there, but I got in, stayed there 13 years. My first 5 years was really rough there because I was still balancing a little bit street life and transitions and stuff. Union, it got to the point where the union was telling me, we can't even help you no more. You got to do something drastic. So that's when I joined AODA on my own, 3 days a week. I even did a little bit of counseling for other stuff, you know, and that was like the next big change in my life. And there's phases to it, you know, and that's the way I look at it now. So that's why I'm explaining it like that. The next big change in my life that kind of changed me was when I started training martial arts at Rufus Sport Academy. MMA fighter. I became an MMA fighter. That's what totally took my soberness to the next level. Like, when I went out, I made sure I was home by 12 o'clock. Like, just things like that. I became like, I dove it right in. Like, it was no question about it. That part of my life was kind of over. 2016, I completed my first full year of sobriety, which kind of like opened so many things up. 2 months in, I even realized that I couldn't even date women because it made me want to party more. And so that whole year, women, drugs, alcohol was gone. After that year, you know, I started drinking a little bit here and there, but that's only at occasional parties and stuff like that, or just with family and friends. But after that, that's when I kind of dove into like the meditating, the morning routine stuff, the self-education. I wanted to be financially independent, which led me to real estate. And that's where I'm at now. So today I'm a realtor for 2 years. I got out the factory life. I kind of, even at my job at P&H, when I was doing that transition, I went from being a 4-class employee there to when I quit, I was a class 9 inspection. I made it to inspection. I had like 4 or 5 different jobs in between that, and every job was more responsibility, you know. So I reached the top. It was time for me to go. Now I've been doing real estate for the last 2.5 years. Actually, last month, my firm just hired me because they knew I was taking a broker course. So they wanted me to be a managing broker in our firm. So I'm training for that while I already completed the course last week, which I didn't have enough time to give you my certificate for that. But I'm proud of that. I finished the course, and in the next couple of weeks, I'll be taking the test. And then I got to run through all the hoops of sending them all my criminal background and all that stuff, the same way I had to do when I got my salesperson license. Hey, the governor's signatures on my certificate, you know. So I'm doing it again. Hopefully I don't get railroaded. But I got people that believe in me. That they wouldn't hire me in my firm to be a managing broker, teaching other realtors how to do their job and stuff like that, and overlooking their paperwork. I kind of turned into like a really nerd, to tell you the truth. It's funny, but my friends call me like the Puerto Rican Dave Ramsey, or so like it's cool though, because, you know, I'm just trying to educate myself so that I can educate the people around me so that, you know, we can overcome all this stuff like that. I don't want to teach my kids and my nephews, my younger cousins, or even my older ones that are still part of that lifestyle, you know, like we can change. Like that's what life is about. And that's kind of why I'm trying to do this. Like I started getting railroaded when my daughter's 18 now. And when I first started trying to change my lifestyle, I was already being railroaded. They asked me to do a breakdancing program for my daughter's first school that I went to. And they said I couldn't do it because of my felony.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Garcia. I think I'm going to open up to questions because you've been very thorough. Questions from the board. Cindy and then Jeff.
Good morning, Mr. Garcia. You described your life as sort of these different phases that have occurred. How would you describe the phase you're in right now in a couple of sentences?
Educating myself so I can educate and uplift the world, one person at a time, or with every encounter. I'm also part of the WRA Cultural Diversity and Housing Committee. So like when I was watching your guys' the last month's thing, I'm like, oh, it's kind of the same thing, like being on the other end now. But I know what it feels like, and I'm like, man, you guys got some hard decisions to make on some of them. Some of them were some pretty clear to me though. But yeah, that's it. I'm just trying to be better for myself, for my people around me, and you know, hopefully that carries through the world, because I believe we're all connected. You know.
Thank you.
Jeff.
Sir, good morning, sir. Were you arrested in 2020 for felony child abuse?
That was a misunderstanding. That I actually got what is it called? It's a diversion or something like that. And then the CPS was involved. They came to the house and right away she was like, this shouldn't have even went to the courts. I don't understand what.
But you got a diversion?
Yes, they did give me a diversion.
So that means like you had to take part in some program, and if you did everything you're supposed to do, then the case would be dropped?
Yes. Yeah.
And what is it you had to do?
They made me do a parenting class. Then they made me do another kind of like a counseling for like anger management.
Was this a discipline case? Was this an overly aggressive discipline case? Is that what the allegations were?
Yes. And then when everyone went through and find out what everything was, they kind of like dropped everything, especially with CPS. That lady was like, I'm gonna write it off as I don't understand why this was even processed. Like, so, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Garcia, was there, when CPS did their investigation, what was the final outcome of it? Was there a substantial, usually you'll get like a form that says whether the allegation is substantiated or unsubstantiated. Do you have that documentation?
No, the lady just told me that it was gonna be closed and not worry about it. She's like, I'm throwing this gonna be gone. Like, don't
Okay.
worry about it. And because I was really worried about it, like when you're trying to change my whole lifestyle, and then something like this comes up. Like, I love my kids. Like, I changed my whole lifestyle for them. Like, and actually, like, that's kind of what drove me to that other side of the lifestyle, was having my kid ripped away from me.
Yeah.
Like, it's super big.
Okay. Jerry?
Now, Mr. Garcia, we do care about this, so you need to tell us what happened. Why CPS was called to your house?
So the counselors found a journal at my daughter's school, which kind of angered me, and then I spanked her for that. And then when they asked her about it, she told them that. So that's why they called the CPS and arrested me.
Wait a minute. They found a journal?
Yeah, they found a journal and they were reading it, and they said that.
Wait. Who is they, and where did they find it?
They found it in the gym of the school.
Okay.
And then a teacher found it, and then the counselors ended up getting it, and they were reading some of it, and they said that there was some things that I should know about that were in there. So when I read it and they talked to me, it angered me. And then when I tried to speak to my daughter, she kind of acted like she didn't really care about it. So I spanked her. The following day, the counselors called her back into the office where she kind of disclosed that. And then I had a phone call calling me from the police station saying that they wanted to talk to me. So I turned myself in for that, did what I have to do. After that, CPS came and interviewed us, and then the mother of my child and me and my daughter. And after that, they said, "Don't worry about it. This is getting dropped."
How old is your daughter?
She was, I think she was 12 at the time.
It was 2 years ago.
2 years ago. Well, no, she was 13 then. 2 years ago.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks for appearing before us, Mr. Garcia. Like you heard me say a couple of times before, you'll hear from us in terms of the outcome of this process in about a month, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we'll be hearing from James Beer. Sorry if I mispronounced it. Beyer? Perfect.
Yeah,
well, thanks.
it's a weird last name. Everyone
Joined the club, right? Well, please proceed. You've seen how this goes.
Yes. So first of all, thank you all for being here, letting me speak to you today. It's truly an honor in itself. I want to just go over what was going on at that time. I was heavily addicted to oxycodone, and Xanax. The combination of the two can be deadly, as I'm sure you guys know. And so basically at this time, at the end of 2010, beginning of 2011 was my worst point in my addiction. I was at rock bottom and I would basically do anything to get my next fix. So this ended up where I sold a single Oxycontin or oxycodone to an informant, and was notified a few days later that I had a warrant for my arrest. After that, a few months later, I was arrested for theft of a motor vehicle, where me and a friend, or an ex-friend, were going around 2 cars in downtown La Crosse, Wisconsin, and stealing property. Like I said, worst part of my addiction. And then within a few months of that, I got arrested for a third time. There was a dispute at Culver's with my ex-girlfriend. where she took my phone into the bathroom, and I was standing outside the bathroom asking for my phone back. Cops got called, and she had told them about an argument that we had earlier in the day where she kicked me in the testicles, and I actually pushed her and smacked her in the leg. So I am completely remorseful for everything that I did in those few months, but I can't say that I was that person. I'm not that person anymore. That was my addiction that had control of my life. I knew that I needed to change. I knew that I needed to get help. When I was in court after spending 2 days or 3 days in jail, completely withdrawing, and then seeing my mom bawl in court in front of the judge and beg the judge, Scott Horn, for a chance to go to rehab. I needed help. I'm not a bad person. I needed to get clean. Basically, I was able to go to rehab. He granted me that amazing opportunity. And I then took that opportunity and I ran with it. I went and I attended meetings as much as I possibly could. I built an extensive community around myself at those meetings. You know, I completed probation without a single violation. I was then able to start school. So I completed my first degree, technical degree in 2014 with electrical systems installation and maintenance. Afterwards, I started my associates in biomedical electronics, where I would get the opportunity to be a part of a group working for NASA and the Wisconsin Space Grant Consortium, building an electronics package that would convert microwave frequency into a usable power. So during this time, this was all me bettering myself, but I knew that there was more that I needed to do. So what I did was my girlfriend and I, after I graduated, we sold everything that I had, everything we had, and we moved to Texas. We knew we needed to get away. We needed to start fresh. I was then, in 2016, I became a biomedical engineer for a medical center in College Station, Texas. And I married my wife shortly after that. I was able to become a field support engineer for a company called Diagnostica Stago, working on laboratory equipment. I had 2 beautiful children, which is why I'm doing all of this. And I am currently about to graduate with my bachelor's in management for my 3rd degree. And actually on Monday, I was promoted to field support engineer level 2, which is a feat in itself. Honestly, I'm one of 2 people in the Southwest region that is above all the other engineers. So the reason why I'm seeking a pardon is because I'm a field service engineer level 2. I am required to go into military bases. That's part of my contract with them. If I can't go into those military bases, then somebody else has to pick up that slack. And I am the only person in San Antonio and Austin area, so besides a level 3. So it's crucial that I have this opportunity. I've been denied on a couple of instances from Air Force Base, where I was denied. Fort Hood, I was denied, and they actually called me and said they made a mistake and I was allowed back in. Sports in Houston, I was denied. All of these have taken a so when I go into these facilities, I'm having a physical panic attack, wondering if I'm going to get denied this time. And it's taken a complete toll on my health. I'm not just doing this for my career. I'm doing this to better my life. I'm doing this to better my family and to provide the best I possibly can for them. I've faced so much adversity, and I am going to continue to push forward and build the best possible life that I can, because that's how I'm built. So I thank you all, seriously, sincerely. It's an honor. Thank you.
Thanks, James. Questions from the board? Cindy?
I noticed on your criminal complaints, you were ordered to have no contact with a person with the same first name as your current
Yeah.
wife. Is that the same person or no?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
So it just happens that I broke up with a Shelby and then married a Shelby.
Okay. Okay. I just wonder if that person was a thread through your whole life or if it was.
When my mom saw that I was dating somebody named Shelby, she panicked, like seriously panicked, because she's like, no, not another Shelby. So,
All right, different person.
different person.
The letters from your sister, Sarah, and your mother were beautiful. Can you comment on those relationships today?
Yeah, my sister and I, we've always been inseparable. My mom would come into our rooms, we'd be sleeping in the same bed together. She's always been my rock. Even when I was at my lowest, I could always lean on her. My mother, the same. Every time I came to her, there was something that she would be able to help me with, whether it would be talk everything out, my emotions or anything like that. Basically, watching my mom at that case, that final case, destroyed me. I couldn't bear that I was sending her to bed every night crying, wondering if I'm going to be alive the next day. And honestly, if all of this hadn't happened, I probably wouldn't be alive. So I'm thankful that it did happen. It's one of the things that made me who I am today. And I'm grateful.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, James, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in about a month, but hope you have a good day.
I hope you do too.
Thank you. All right, next we'll hear from Arlie Ratcliffe. So let me see. Mr. Ratcliffe, you've seen how this works, so please proceed. Looks like we're having some audio issues. You're unmuted. Might be an issue with your microphone. I think what we'll do, Arlie, is I'll have one of our assistants call you. We'll jump to the next person and we'll come back to you, okay? So we'll get back to you once we sort out the audio issue. So while we're waiting for Arlie, we will jump to Ernesto Morelos.
Hello.
Morning, Ernesto. Well, you've seen how this goes, so please describe how you received your 2001 felony conviction, what happened afterwards, and why you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon. So please proceed.
All right. How it happened was the day before Thanksgiving. I had some friends that we all had just graduated and they were going to UWM. They invited me to a party. So I was born and raised in Waukesha. So I came down to Milwaukee, hung out with my friends for a while. And I brought a friend with me. And when we were down there, I was leaving. One of my friends gave me a bag of marijuana. And we decided to come back home. So we were driving home and we get back into Waukesha. We were headed to the city news and novelty store. And the cop pulled us over because they were looking for my buddy that I was with. And when they pulled us over, they took him right away. And I thought that was it. I could go home. And they said since I was with them, they had to search my car. So they searched my car and they found 2 bags of marijuana. I had one with me, but at that time, just to be honest and clear about everything, one was marijuana with seeds in it. And the one that my friend gave me was medical marijuana. And so I didn't mix them. So I had them in 2 separate baggies. So when the cop pulled them out, he goes, why do you have them in 2 separate baggies? And I explained to him, I said, they're 2 different kinds. And it you just don't mix them. And he goes, well, it seems to me, since you hang out with Mario, that you're a drug dealer as well. I said, no, that's not true. And so I ended up getting charged with felony possession of a drug vehicle. And then after that, I had a 1.5 years of probation. I completed that, my AODA, and that was pretty much about it for that. And afterwards, during my probation, I signed up for school, went to school for fabrication and welding. I've been doing that now for 23 years since the conviction. And in 2006, I moved to West Allis, bought a house. My daughters came to live with me, and I raised my daughters and my son, and they're all have families and in college. That's where I'm at.
Great. Thanks, Ernesto. Questions from the board? Ernesto, I just have one question in this. Have you ever been arrested in Florida?
No,
Okay.
I've never been to Florida.
Okay, well, that clears up. I don't have any follow-ups then, so sorry. I think it was somebody with a similar name.
Well, I have 48 cousins on my dad's side, and a lot of them are Ernesto James or I'm Ernesto Jose. So if it's not
a common
Jose,
name. Yeah. It's not like Nelson Stewart. There's not just one of me. So, well, Ernesto, thanks for the weekend, or for appearing before us. I hope you have a good weekend, and you'll hear from us in about a month.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks. All right. We will try Arlie again. So Arlie, can you hear me? All right, we're gonna jump to our next person. Looks like we need just a little bit more time with Arlie. That's fine. So we will be jumping then to John Rogers and Jerry Hancock. John will be recusing himself from this case. So he's going to jump off and he won't participate in our discussions on him. So John, you've seen how this goes. So please proceed with sharing your story.
Yes, good morning. My name is John Rogers. I was convicted of 2 felony crimes in June of '81. And the crime was, I was hanging out with some buddies, of course, and I had a friend that worked at a gas station. And we decided to take the money from the gas station, and that was my crime. And he was in on it. He was working. I went in there. He gave me the money. I left, and he said that he got robbed. And that's how this all started. I was 17 years old at the time, still in school. And
What's happened? Talk to me a little bit about what happened, since this was obviously a really long time ago, but just
right.
What did you do in terms of, getting things turned around, and where are you today? So
right after that,
version.
After that, in 1985, I had my first daughter. I got married, and I've never been back to jail. Well, actually, I have, for driving. That's
what kind of driving? Like an OAR or OWI or?
No, driving after revocations.
Okay.
And then they changed it to a habitual driving offender. At that time. Now that's no longer a law, but I worked in the community for, got a job with Joe Daniels Construction, got my CDLs, worked construction for pretty much my whole life, changed jobs a few times here and there. into the construction, mainly concrete. I have 3 children now. I have 7 granddaughters. My kids, I was involved in school, all the school stuff, all the school activities. I was baseball coach for my 26-year-old now, back in school ages. I guess now I just want to get my hunting privileges back, my voting privileges, be part of the community, get my record all straight. And I was just diagnosed this year with cancer, throat cancer. So that makes it another thing that I'd like to get it cleared up and be cleared on my records. I guess that's about it, unless you have some questions.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Rogers. And you can actually vote today as a felon in Wisconsin. As long as you're not on paper anymore, you can vote.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And sorry to hear about your diagnosis.
Well, I plan on beating that, so.
Oh, good. Well, congratulations. That's very good news. Questions from the board? Oh, thanks, Mr. Rogers. Appreciate your appearing before us today. You'll hear from us in about a month.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
All right, I think third time is going to be the charm. So we're going to go back to Arlie Ratcliffe. Arlie called in this time. So Arlie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Sorry about
Perfect.
the problem.
No, don't. It's one of the challenges with Zoom is we run into a few of these technical difficulties, but it spares you a trip to Madison. So it works out in the end. So Arlie, you've heard how this goes a couple of times. Why don't you just please proceed by sharing how you ended up with your felony conviction and what's occurred afterwards and why you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon.
Okay. I guess I'm supposed to say the convictions. They were 2 counts of delivery of THC of over 500 grams, 1 count of possession with intent of THC under 500 grams, and possession of heroin. I was an addict for many years. I guess it would go back into my childhood. I lost my mom to Huntington's chorea when I was 8. She was sick for many years. She didn't die for many years, but after that, me and my father couldn't get along. I left home and I hit the streets at 15 years old. I've been on my own ever since. I guess I learned how to survive. I couldn't get a good job. I do want to say I take full responsibility for my actions because they were just that, my actions. I don't want to try to push that off on anything. They were wrong. I was a bad person. I mean, I did a lot of bad things. I have guilt every day. I would like to say I actually feel grateful I was caught. I needed to get that bad before I got better. I don't know if that makes sense, but that was my bottom. I needed it to get that bad. So my sentence was withheld and 5 years of probation with withheld sentence of up to 20 years, I believe it was, and a year in county jail as a condition of probation with Huber privileges. I was released from probation, I would say, after serving 50% of my time on probation because of how well and how dramatically my life turned around. I would say before the warrants were served on February I think 14th or something like that. I can't remember the dates exactly. In that December, I had a heroin addiction. I had taken time off of work, and I quit at home cold turkey. It was probably the most miserable month of my life. It was hard, but I didn't want methadone. I didn't want anything like that. I wanted to be done with the life I was in. I wanted to be gone. Though I had the willpower to quit the physical addiction, the daily addiction that I had, I wasn't able to quit using at that time. I guess I would say because of the obsession of the mind and the utter addiction. But there was like a 14-month gap from when the warrants were put in place or whatever, where they came in and let me know what happened, and to when I was actually arrested. I was kind of left in limbo. I don't know. That's where the possession of heroin came in later. They came to my house one day and they had heard I had been using it. And I let them search my house, and they found, they didn't actually find an amount. They found paraphernalia, which it was turned into an amount. I believe they wanted me to work off the case through being an informant. I did not want to do that because it would have kept me in that life. I didn't want to stay in that life. I was just done. I wanted to get better. So as I was ordered to go to treatment, I did the 30 days in Nova Treatment Center that I did have to borrow the money from my employer to go there because I didn't have insurance, and I paid that back while I was in jail. I also went to Mooring House, which was over and above my requirements in Appleton, and stayed there until I went to jail. At this time, my wife had left me, because she didn't think I'd change. And when I got out of jail, I went back into the Mooring programs. So I just wanted to be into society and to get away from all the old people and not use. I stayed in their halfway house for a month or so after that, and then I moved on to a 3/4 way house that I stayed for approximately 90 days. I can't remember. But back then I went to, I believe I did 90 meetings in 90 days also when I got out. And then I continued to 3 to 5 meetings per week for several years. I have been abstinent of all drugs since June of 2000 of drugs. I did have a slip on alcohol that is in my report. But I have been 100% sober since January 8th of 2007. And that was just an alcohol relapse. I could explain that a little. I got into truck driving, which consumed a lot of my time, and I got a little complacent with the meetings, and over the holidays I relapsed on some alcohol, and then I got back on track soon. I have over 15 years of sobriety now. I do everything I can to help other addicts. That's one reason I would like a pardon. I'll get into that some. I guess I have I never hear back. I've tried to go into the jails and stuff because people that do that tell me that I would be great into the correction stuff and to help people turn their life around and tell my story, but I can't. I never hear back. I do believe it's because of the felony convictions. They don't tell me why. To go in for AA and NA meetings is what I'm saying. And I also, though a truck driving career has been great, I've also been at the same job for 17 years. And another big reason I wanted to get clean is in my family was a large family, and the addiction through it was bad. I didn't want history to repeat itself. I didn't want my kids to go down the road I did. And I got my GED after jail. Went to school for the truck driving. And I can probably say I raised 2 stepchildren and my daughter. They are all productive members of society. They all graduated high school. I guess I don't know what else to say. I'll pause for you to ask questions.
Oh, thanks, Arlie. That was very thorough. Questions from the board? Jerry?
Can you talk a little bit about reuniting with your biological daughter?
Oh, yes, I forgot that was even in there. At 17, I had given a daughter up for adoption. And because I didn't know how to be a parent and I knew it. And I that was just the best thing to do. That was another thing that tore my heart out in ways I can't even describe, but we did it. And years later, well, not long after I got sober, 4 or 5 years, when she was 15 years old, we found out her mother that raised her had passed away from cancer. So I'm still friends with the mother of her, and we decided to reach out to the father, who was older. He was 55, 58 then, to see if we could get to know her again. And he was more than happy to let us. He said, we were there for her when you needed us to be. And he said, honestly, I'm older. We're going to need you to be there for her now. And I have 3 grandchildren with her that are part of my life now. It's awesome. It's quite beautiful, actually.
Thank you very much. That's a beautiful story.
Any other questions from the board? Arlie, thanks for sharing your story with us. It's incredible what you've been through, and congratulations on your sobriety. That's quite the accomplishment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we will be hearing from Deanna. So Deanna. Oops. So. Oh, there
Hello.
you are.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Well, you've seen how this goes,
Yeah.
so please proceed.
I can relate to a lot of the others. Prior to December 4th, 1989, I also had addiction issues. But I was employed through Old Country Industries at the time, and he ended up asking me to be a subcontractor. And so I got some friends together, and I learned through that he ended up going bankrupt. And I ended up owing these friends of mine at the time money for helping me with these contracts with Old Country. And I thought foolishly that I could get some fast money selling cocaine. It is kind of the best thing that's happened, because I probably would have died with the amounts of cocaine that I was using at the time. I was sentenced to 9 months. I sought an early release. I was released after 6 months. It was a 5-year stayed sentence, and 5 years probation. I did all that successfully. And since being arrested, I admitted myself into a 30-day DePaul AODA program. And while I was a patient, I helped to organize a group called Wings We in Need Gather Socially, because it was a way how I was wondering how I was gonna stay clean. So we organized this group or club, and I was voted vice president of that. I did that for a few years until I rolled into NWTC in Green Bay for programmer analyst program. Did that for 6-7 years. Was involved in a car accident and didn't stay current with technology. So I had to find something, but I went into pest control and absolutely loved it. Thought I was going to retire from Will Kill. I should go back, because I also went for a 4-year business degree through University of Phoenix. While I did that, I helped a friend open up an adolescent group home, thinking maybe, I could help adolescents with issues, family issues that I related to. I was 4 credits short because I didn't take an accounting 2 course that was part of the program. I was offered a position just before the end of that program. And being as though that was my goal, was to get employed as a programmer, I took the position and didn't go back. When I went to go back to get the 4 credits, the instructor was no longer with the school. So I couldn't fix that. So at any rate, I ended up ultimately with Willkill Pest Control. And the 8-9 years I was with them, I earned a lot of certifications. One of them being, I was quite proud of being a master technician, one of 3 females in the state of Wisconsin. And that's kind of when I had the first thought of finding a possible pardon, because my manager had asked me if I was interested in servicing the Department of Corrections, Probation, and Parole, but he didn't know if my background was going to stop that. And I had said to him that if it was a problem, I think that I need to seek a pardon. That was back in like 2008. But anyway, since I bought my house in 2014, and shortly thereafter I became disabled, 2015. And I went through a lot of health issues in the last few years. And now that I'm feeling my health is back on track, it's what can I do with the rest of my life? Even though I'm disabled, I still feel like there's opportunities that I could do. I'd like to volunteer. I'm not allowed to volunteer with children. I went and took a course in 2020 to volunteer at the polls for the presidential election. I took the course and was waiting to be designated to some poll site. And when I called, they told me, they apologized that I was not able to volunteer at the polls, which was another surprise. I'll leave that alone. But yeah, so I'm feeling as if this felony is now really hindering my potential or possibilities of what I can do with the rest of my life. Like I said, I'd like to, even though I'm disabled, there's some things I can do in this felony I believe is a handicap. So
Thanks, Deanna.
What I'd like to do.
Cindy, you have a question?
Good morning.
Morning.
Letters of support with your application are encouraged. They're not required, but you didn't submit any. Can you?
I did ask some people, and I thought it said that it wasn't required. And it's like, at one time I did think about asking my managers at Willkill, because I thought that would probably look better. But I do have people that were willing to, as far as my character, they're customers from when I was with Willkill. They know my service and personality and whatever. But I guess I didn't want to get them involved. I thought maybe I could try this myself without. It's kind of embarrassing to ask somebody to speak on my behalf about a pardon that happened over 30 years ago, that they weren't part of my life then. So I don't know. I wasn't sure who to ask or what to have them say.
Okay. You were sentenced in August of 1990 to 5 years probation, and you weren't discharged from probation until 1998. So that tells me you were extended. Why were you extended?
Because of finances, the probation wasn't paid in full.
Restitution or? court costs or what?
I want to say the fine, there was some type of fine, all of it, it had to be paid in order to be released from probation was my understanding. And it took me a while to pay that because I was going to school shortly after being sentenced. So I
Okay.
was in school and part-time working.
Okay. And then it looks like you had a theft in 1992. Can you tell us about this one?
It was a misunderstanding, truly. I rented a home of a friend's mother who was deceased. And there were some things in the house that ended up getting put on the moving truck that I had people helping me move. And that was in Manitowoc. And I had moved to Green Bay from in that move. And with that stuff being on the truck, yes, I probably should have checked to see what they were loading or to make sure that this stuff stayed. But that's how they considered it a theft because it was taken from that house to Green Bay. But I did ultimately return and got a charge too.
Okay. You were convicted of the theft?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks. Or Jerry, did you have a question? You need to unmute yourself, Jerry.
Just, excuse me, just a thought on Ms. O'Donnell's question as far as having letters of recommendation. I should have had my probation officer, which was years ago, and I don't even know if she's still a probation officer, but she said that I was a success story because I did go to college and stayed clean and so forth. So maybe I should have asked her. Just a thought.
Jerry?
You've done a great job with your sobriety, but you had an OWI in 2015.
A relapse.
Okay, all right.
My sister got married, and my brother, unfortunately, who was supposed to be my designated driver,
Right, okay.
ended up getting quite inebriated. And with my car, it's like, you know what? I thought it was stupid. I thought I'd take it.
And then you had, in 2016, a warrant for your arrest?
That's because of that OWI. The fine wasn't paid.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, thanks, Deanna, for appearing before us and sharing your story with us. You'll hear from us in about a month, but I hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you, and I appreciate your time and consideration as well.
Thank you.
Bye now.
All right, next we'll hear from Christopher Kavla. So Christopher. All right.
You guys hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you just fine. So you've seen how this works, Chris. So please proceed with sharing your story with us.
Sure, absolutely. First of all, the advisory board and Governor Evers, thanks for this opportunity for seeking forgiveness. It's an amazing opportunity.
Chris, here, sorry to interrupt, your camera turned off.
Oh.
There we go. Perfect.
Okay.
Thanks.
Very good. So a little backstory. I grew up in a good family, loving home. I've never had any violent tendencies. There's been two big things always a part of my life. One has been my passion for wildlife. And the second has been ADHD, dealing with ADHD, dealing with hyperfocusing, dealing with anxieties and that sort of thing. So that's just a little back step. And the winter of 1998 was a very tough time for me. I left college. I was in a field that I wasn't doing really well. I was struggling in school. I ended up leaving leaving college, I moved back home, kind of fit right back into the mold of my previous life before going to school. I picked up a relationship with a girlfriend, was in a very healthy relationship. Shortly after that, we both witnessed her father's suicide. And it was a very traumatic experience, to say the least. But that incident bonded us. You know, a traumatic experience is as unhealthy as the relationship. It was a bonding experience, and we just didn't love we didn't love ourselves. So that would kind of cemented that relationship. The night of my my run-in with the law, with my conviction, we were at a party, and that girlfriend at the time, she took off with another fella. Obviously, I was very upset with it. I was drinking. That was my way to deal with it at the time. With everything that happened, I didn't have the coping skills to deal with that. And given the nature of the land, that's kind of how things were dealt with. Ultimately, I thought about a lot of different things, going to confront them when they took off. I decided to walk home. I walked home, made it to my parents' house, going through the front door, you know, the commotion of going through the front door, I woke up my parents. When they came into my bedroom and they found me, my mother's a nurse. She took my pulse. She thought I had a low pulse and she thought there was something wrong with me. So they called the ambulance and the ambulance brought the police. I don't remember much. A lot of it's like a dream in that situation. But during the process of them trying to take me to the hospital, I was, you know, struggling and kicking and being combative, and I struck an officer, and I got my felony conviction that day. The charge was I got 3 years probation. I got 90 days in jail. That was a very humbling experience. It really put my life in perspective. Growing up in a small town, I never fit in. And it really started, that bad situation made me think about what is it that, you know, I'm going to be doing with my life. So I had a lot of time to reflect. And from that point of, you know, doing with the probation, going to jail and that humiliating experience, I decided to make changes. One of the things I did was I went to NWTC. I took 2 courses. One was introductory to zookeeping, and the other was introductory to aquaculture. I also took classes at Menominee College. I was mountain biking. And those 2 courses really sprung my passion even further. I learned about a program in Florida, a hands-on zoo science program where you worked at a 40-acre zoo. And you also took intensive classes. It's kind of similar to, you know, a nursing degree where you do, you know, in class and then you do practical at a facility. And so I was like, this is you all hear me okay? Hello?
Yep, we can hear you just fine.
Okay, okay, thanks. So, you know, during this time, I was like, this is the most amazing thing to work with, you know, to work with some of these amazing animals that they were talking about, the class and stuff. So I got some of the prerequisites at Menominee College, and I applied for the program. They only accepted 20 or 25 people, I can't recall, and I got accepted. So I packed my bags and by myself. And I moved down to Florida, and I started the beginning of my career. While there, I met my wife in college. We're both in the same track of field. In order to pay bills, I worked a part-time job, and I also lived with a World War II vet for free room and board. And then, I drive him to places, grocery store, the officers club, and that sort of thing.
I think that's good, Christopher. I'm going to open up for questions to the board, but you're very thorough. So
I have 3 more pages.
Well, you're thorough both in your presentation and your application. Questions from the board? Oh, so you got off easy. So thanks, Christopher, for appearing before us. You'll be hearing from us in about a month, but appreciate your time and your candor.
Ryan, I have a quick question.
Sure, Myrna, go ahead.
So, this substantial battery that you committed against a peace officer while you were under the influence, and you never got any counseling for AODA?
Yeah, there was a AOD assessment during the probation period. So there was a program that I took place with that as well.
What kind of program?
It was close to 25 years ago. So, but it was a group setting. It was through the city. I don't really recall that well, but it was definitely an assessment for that situation. Through a fluke couple circumstances, I did get to sit down with the police officer a few years ago, and I got to make peace with him. He got to say that he liked to see my hands in front better than behind me. So, it was a good thing that I got to sit down with him and have dinner with him and talk to him about it and make peace with that situation.
So an assessment is different than actual one-on-one counseling. Do you have did you get any kind of certifications or something out of that? Whatever it was, what that you took group?
I don't recall. I only know that I went to a group setting. I remember, it was, I apologize. I don't remember the specifics about it. Yes, ma'am.
All right, thanks, Christopher. Again, you'll hear from us in about a month, but appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
All right, we are going to take just a 3-minute break before we jump to the 10 a.m. session. So we'll be right back. Thanks, everyone. right. Well, welcome everybody to the 10 o'clock session or portion of the June 10th, 2022 meeting of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. My name is Ryan Elsister. I'm the Governor's Chief Legal Counsel and also have the honor of serving as Chair of the Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to go through a few housekeeping items for everybody, and then we're going to jump right into things. So first, we're going to be if you saw any of the previous portion of the hearing, I'm going to be calling folks in the order that they're listed on the hearing notice. So we'll be starting with Jacqueline, then Dietrich, then Sharon, then Kelsey, then Tawanna, then Maria, then Latasha, Todd, and then finally Ratis, in that order. Just keep in mind, we are live streaming this on both YouTube and Wisconsin Eye, which is Wisconsin's version of C-SPAN. So therefore, please have your camera off and keep yourself muted until it's your time to speak. You can do that by clicking in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. There's a little icon down there where you can both unmute yourself and mute yourself and turn your camera off and on. When I call you up to speak, you'll have about 5 to 7 minutes in order to share your story with us. We sent you some initial questions or some questions to ask. Basically, we want to find out how you ended up with your felony conviction, what happened afterwards, and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon from the governor. If you receive majority support from the board members present, your application will be forwarded to the governor for final consideration. If you don't receive majority support, or if the governor rejects your application, you'll receive a denial letter from the Pardon Advisory Board, and you can reapply for a pardon in 18 months from the date of that notice. If you are granted a pardon, you'll be receiving the pardon in the mail. Both denials and pardons take about a month, give or take, in order for you to receive that. I'm going to do a quick round of introductions, but before I do that, one last housekeeping item. After you've spoken to the board, I'll open up for questions. I will cut people off if you're going over that 7 minutes, so just please be concise and mindful of the time. Once you're done answering questions, you do not need to stay on. No one does. You can jump off and go about enjoying the rest of your day. In addition to myself on the board, we have the Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is a former county and state prosecutor and is now director of the Prison Ministry Project. We have Cindy O'Donnell with the Wisconsin Department of Corrections and previously with the Wisconsin Department of Justice. We have Jeff Kremers, who is he's now a retired judge from Milwaukee County. And we have Myrna Warrington, who works in vocational rehabilitation and is a tribal council member. And so with that, Jacqueline, I think I saw your camera on briefly. We will have you start if you wouldn't mind just unmuting yourself. There you go.
Thank
All
you.
right. Well, please proceed.
Well, thank you for allowing me this opportunity. I will talk about how I got into my addiction, which is what led me to prison and to commit crimes. I was a young mom. I didn't know what postpartum depression was. I had got involved with an older man, and I had 2 children and was left and abandoned by this man. I self-medicated. I used drugs. I was on welfare. I tried meeting the needs of my family by selling drugs between my welfare checks. Eventually, the drugs won. I became my best customer. I used to self-medicate. I used because I was impoverished. I didn't have an education. I just wanted to numb out. I came from a 2-parent household. My household was intact. My friends' lives just seemed to look more glamorous than mine. And so I take full responsibility for the choices that I made because there were other paths that I could have chosen. I just didn't. Fast forward to me moving from Chicago to the state of Wisconsin. I brought 2 kids here with me, and I was pregnant with a third. Eventually, I was arrested for crimes here, such as writing worthless checks, possession with intent to deliver, and retail thefts. I did those crimes in order to support an addiction that I had. And To be honest, I believe that I started using probably around 12 or 13 years old, but finally things just spiraled out of control when I lost my mom in 1993. And I was here in Wisconsin away from all of my family and friends with my now three children. When I was arrested and went to prison, I made a decision that prison wouldn't do me, I would do it. I took advantage of every self-help program they had while I was there. And I learned that I was pregnant with my fourth child. My fourth child went into foster care immediately. And his foster parents were like guardian angels, because once I was released from prison, they supported me on my journey back to recovery. I have been clean now from crack cocaine for over 25 plus years. I have 7 amazing young adults here in this world who are doing amazing things. I went back to school. I got an associate's degree in human services, and I gave the commencement speech. I went to work at Journey Mental Health Center as a substance abuse counselor. I had a career there for 18 years before just recently striking out on my own and creating a program called Cultural Recovery Options for Families and a small nonprofit called Foster. I have a master's degree in counseling, but yet still each time I go to renew my license or to apply for a new license, I have to list all these crimes. And I was also denied and almost stripped of my license because I didn't realize that the licensing boards didn't communicate with each other. And I figured I had already shared all about my crimes on the previous application. I didn't need to do it again, but I wasn't found in contempt at that time. Today, like I said, I have a small nonprofit. I have received numerous community awards. More recently, in 2020, I received the Nan Chaney March for Justice Award. And in 2021, I was a Woman of Distinction by our YWCA here. I've created programs in our community to fill in gaps where services weren't being provided to marginalized families. My whole life is a testimony. I share openly the struggle of returning to a community, to remaining clean and sober, to rebuilding a life, and to raising a family. My children saw me work hard. I have now, I said, 7 amazing young adult children who are doing amazing things in this community and in this world. They are not in trouble with the law. They are not addicted or using substances to numb out. They are living great lives, and they are supporting me as I continue to support this community. Just last week, I was at the governor's mansion when COVID hit. I sprang into action with my nonprofit, providing resources and services to those that are marginalized in our community. I wrote a book called Forgiveness is a Choice. The name of my book is called Redeemed Through Recovery. In that book, I put a picture of my mugshot from 1993 when I was arrested, and then today. And if you look at one picture to the other, you'll see the transformation that I say and that I'm proud to say is what I've done with my life. People look at me and they believe that they can have hope. They believe that they can recover. They believe that they can still be meaningful in their communities. And I just want to be free from having to revisit my past every time I go to apply for a license or to serve at the polls, or I couldn't even do the census, all because of my criminal background. I have 7 amazing grandchildren who love me, and I love them. Today, I pay taxes, I'm a homeowner, and I give back. I have a legacy that I'm leaving because my children have watched me work hard to be a productive citizen. I have 5 children. I even adopted 2 children after I had 5 of my own. I adopted 2 children, and they are 2 young adults out there in this world now, living their best lives, not getting in trouble with the law, paying taxes, paying rent, and doing what young people should do with their lives. They had a rocky start, and God used me to give them a platform, a space where they could thrive. And that's what I did, even in the midst of raising my own children. So I don't know what else I can say to you to convince you that I need and want this bad.
Oh, thanks, Ms. Hunt. No, you did a wonderful job presenting an amazing story, and thank you for all of your work. The letter from Judge Trammell in particular speaks a lot. Questions from the board? Well, see, you did a convincing job. So thanks, Ms. Hunt, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in about a month, but hope you have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right.
I love y'all.
Take care.
Thank you. My support.
Next, we will be hearing from Dietrich Simmons. So there we go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Can hear you just fine, Ms. Simmons. So you've seen how this works. So now is your opportunity to share your story with us. And please proceed.
It's phenomenal as hers, but
yeah, it's a tough act to follow, but I'm sure you'll do a great job. So please proceed.
okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dietrich Simmons. I caught this felony back in 2000. I got involved with a young man, and he was doing illegal things, and I followed. So that's how I caught my felony. I've never been on drugs or used alcohol or anything, but they had me do it. I was sentenced to 5 years probation. I did that, paid the restitution. After that, I started having problems getting jobs in the state of Wisconsin. So I ended up going to school, got my degree for business, still couldn't find a job, land a job. I left Milwaukee and moved to Atlanta, Georgia. I was there for several years. I ended up making a business of my own as a personal stylist and shopper. I did that for a few years to find out that, I got diagnosed with arthritis on the right side of my body, so I couldn't walk as much as I was doing then, doing shopping. So I ended up moving to the state of North Carolina, where I am now. And the reason why I want this pardon, because I went through so many jobs and got offered the job, but once the criminal background check came back, they reconsidered the job. So I said, okay, so now it's time to try to make another job. So I went into the trucking, trying to get in the trucking business. And with the state of North Carolina, you can't register as a felony. So that's why I filled out for the part. I actually went to try to get it expunged, and I found out that I couldn't due to a statute law back then when I caught the felony. So I'm trying to get it taken off so I can do the trucking business and do dispatching with my sister. I have not been in any trouble since. I might got a couple of speeding tickets, but no contact with the law at all. Right now, since COVID, I've been working through temp services, waiting on to see if I can get this pardon. I'm actually at work right now. I'm working from home. And just living day by day, no trouble. Just trying to do the right thing. I've been doing the right thing since 2000, but I'm just working here, just trying to get this off, trying to get another company up and started where I can work from home, sitting like I'm doing now. And that's
Great.
it.
Thanks. No, thanks, Ms. Simmons. Questions from the board? Jerry?
Can you tell us a little more about this job with your sister?
Trucking logistics is called Two Sister Logistics, and I want to put my name on it, but the state of North Carolina won't let me. I have 3 sons that I will be having Sprinter vans for them to be driving, and I will be doing a dispatching.
It's a local delivery service?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. All right. Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks, Ms. Simmons, for appearing before us. Like you heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about a month, but hope you have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
All right. Thanks. All right. Next, we will be hearing from Sharon Johnson. All right, Sharon, looks like you have your camera on already. So you've seen how this works.
Yes.
And well, hopefully we can get through this with looks like a sleeping child.
My grandchild, yes. I'm at work.
That's great.
Sharon Johnson, good morning, everyone. And thanks for giving me the opportunity to ask for forgiveness. I became a felon in 2003. I had took a supposedly friend to a family, a bar that belongs to a family friend. She wanted to cash her check. I know that he cashed checks and he was certified for doing this. He cashed the check. I left them in the back. I went in the front and waited because that was their business. He came, when he got done talking to her, he asked me, he said, "Are you sure everything's legit with this?" I said, "Yes." I said, "Otherwise I wouldn't, I didn't do things like that. I would have brought her there." So he said, "Well, you put your name on this check too, and I'll know that, everything's all good." And I did it because I thought everything was all good. But later on, the check was reported stolen. She was the payee of the check. It was reported stolen. I guess the guy who it was for, he wanted the whole thing. So he reported it stolen. After that, I guess I got a knock on the door a little while later, after 3 years later after that. It was the police. I let them in. They said, "Miss Johnson?" I said, "Yes." They said, "We want to ask you some questions. Come with us." And it looked like they was going to put me in handcuffs. I said, "Ooh, can you please not put me in handcuffs? That's embarrassing." And plus, I didn't do anything. So I went with them and everything. I think I did about 3 days downtown, but found out it was for utter forgery. I didn't even know that I was doing anything wrong. And I haven't done anything since, but I didn't even know I was doing anything wrong then. And that was very embarrassing because I was like the only felon in my family. That's a disgrace in my family. So after that, I couldn't get any jobs. Or, I always wanted to own my own daycare center. All I could do was work in a daycare center. And I've been working in daycares and daycare centers for the last, 30 years. I had furnished my house up as a daycare center a couple of years ago, just knowing that I was going to be able to open one. My whole house was daycare. Everything was for kids. They let me I got inspected and everything. I had it all set up right. And she came in, and the lady came and inspected, the state came and inspected it. She said everything was just right. A week later, I got a phone call saying I can't open a daycare because I'm a felon. And I said, "But I've been working at daycares for the last 30 years. She said, "You can work in one, but you can't have your own." And I was really hurt behind that. But I'm also certified. I got certified in forklift, construction. I'm at a level 4 in the registry. I'm currently attending a childcare class. But when I get done, I'll be a level 7. I'm in school for culinary arts. I have 3 weeks later, and I'll be done with my first 3 weeks left. I'm sorry. And I'll be done with my first year. I want to put frozen foods in the grocery store. And I want to own my own daycare. Like now, I have 10 grandchildren. I have 5 children and 10 grandchildren. I keep mostly all of them at my daughter's daycare. But like I said, I want to have my own. It just, the fella just gets in the way of everything. And like I said, I'm really embarrassed about it. That don't even run in my family. But that was the last time I had any police contact, first and last. I've never even been suspended from school, a 72 or anything. So it takes a toll on me. And I'm real embarrassed about it. And I just want to, I'm trying to get a pardon so I can get that, off me. It felt good to even get the letters saying that I was going to go in front of the board. That took like a little weight off me. That did a little something. I was really privileged for that. But yes, I have a lot of plans. I have a lot of things that I want to do.
Thanks, Ms. Johnson. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning, Ms. Johnson. If you watched earlier, you heard me ask the same question, but I'm going to ask of you. In the application, it's not required to submit letters of support, but it's encouraged, and you chose not to. And I'm wondering why you didn't submit any letters of support for your application.
Oh, I probably missed that part. I would have did anything as far as the application. I probably missed that part. And I'm sorry about it.
Okay.
That's probably what it was.
Okay. As I said, it's not required. Just curious why you wouldn't have submitted some letters of support.
I probably missed that part. I would have submitted all
Okay.
kinds of letters for this opportunity.
Okay, couple more questions, if I may. So you said you cashed one check for a friend, but according to the criminal complaint, there were actually 3 checks cashed. One in February, I think one in August, and one in April. So.
Right, but that one got me in trouble. They just had the other 2 to see if I had a ring going on. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, I understand that you were found guilty of 1 count, but you were charged with 3 counts.
Right, and I didn't understand that. The other ones they didn't come back or nothing. They were legit. But I did take he cashed checks. I even cashed my own check there. I was even cashing my own, and I had people around me knew that I would go to the bar and cash my check sometimes because I didn't have an ID. This is the reason why she was taken there, because she supposedly didn't have an ID. So it wasn't anything. I was very naive to what was going on. I really was. I didn't know that I was doing anything wrong. I really didn't.
Okay, and then you were ordered to pay over $10,000 restitution.
Yes.
A substantial amount of money, obviously.
Yes.
And it looks like you have a civil judgment for about close to $8,000.
Yes, because they just started paying on it recently. Yes. Because I never really had a good job to where I could really pay on that. I always had to pay rent and gas. I've never been, that's another reason I want, to be able to, have my own business. I will pay that, get that off me too, that restitution, because that gets in the way of everything too.
Right. Okay.
That's why I'm trying to get my own business and get everything together, my credit, everything. Because that gets in the way too.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jerry?
Ms. Johnson, you admitted to the police that you had cashed the 3 checks. One of the checks was from the Veterans Administration for $5,800.
Huh?
Another check was from the Veterans Administration for $3,000. So you were cashing these checks that said Veterans Administration on them.
No, I don't remember that one. I wasn't cashing the checks. No, I didn't cash the checks. These were people that had this check, and I took them there to cash it. I didn't cash them. I never cashed another check. Nobody's check. I didn't do it. They did. I was left in the front while they were in the back getting their check cashed. I didn't cash them.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Ms. Johnson, for appearing today. Good luck with how old is your grandchild?
She's 5 months old.
5 months old. She's adorable. And did very well during this. So thanks for your time, and I hope you have a wonderful weekend.
You too. Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
All right. Next, we will be hearing from Kelsey Verberk. So Kelsey, there you are. Well, Kelsey, you've seen how this works a couple of times, so please proceed with sharing your story with us. You're muted, Kelsey. There we
Sorry.
go. Nope, not a problem.
Back in 2011, well, starting from 16, I was an on and off again drug user. I had my first daughter December of 2010. When I was 8 months pregnant, me and her dad broke up, and so I was kind of out on my own. And I had gotten in with a group of friends who were also like drug users, not all the time, but and really what we did was when we burglarized that home, it was in retaliation, which clearly I know is not okay. One of the women living there and her cousin had keyed our cars, broken our stuff inside. We called the police and everything. Well, nothing ever ended up happening. Like, we went to court, there was a court date, and then they just never called us. So then, we thought, we'll take the law into our own hands. Well, later we come to find out that there were 5 of us, that one of them, actually the one who gave the witness statement to them doing this to our vehicles, he retracted his statement, like his witness statement. So that is why nothing ever happened to them, is because he took that away. We didn't know that. Either way, we were wrong in what we had done. I was sentenced to 4 years felony probation. I got party to a crime burglary because the 2 men went inside and us 3 women were out in the car, which is not any less, any less of as if we were to go into the house. But oh, sorry. Okay. And while I was on probation, I was still on and off again using drugs. Ended up just getting really bad. And my mother actually took me to my PO twice. And she had drug tested me, and that's what got me in jail. It was just a 4-day PO hold the first time. And I found out the second time it was going to be the same thing until my mother went in and asked what she could do to keep me in jail, because I had a 4-year-old daughter at the time that I went to jail. And since I was living with my mother, she took her address off of my paperwork. So since I was on probation, they wouldn't let me out of jail. So I was there for 2 months until I got the opportunity to go to the Dave Gallup Foundation in Fort Atkinson. It's a women's sober living recovery home. I was supposed to be there for a year, and I got out. Well, I got to come home after 10 months because I had completed and everything, and they were satisfied, and my PO was. Since everything, I've had a few jobs. I've been lucky enough to mostly be a stay-at-home mom, especially with my second daughter, who is now 4. It was a really hard pregnancy and everything. So, but I recently, in the past year, had a challenge, a situation come up to see if I had really changed my way of thinking and, really would do the right thing the next time. When I had found out that my 4-year-old's father had been sexually abusing her. So I called CPS and the police. They did an investigation. Because there was no physical evidence, there were no charges or anything brought against him, no consequences, which clearly, I was just, I don't even know, not even mad. I don't even know the words, but I did nothing on my own. I started counseling, actually, because I didn't want to get upset and get angry and just lash out and retaliate and end up in a worse position than I'm already in now and was before. So the counseling has helped a lot, and I'm just choosing to believe that eventually, someday, that, my daughter will get the justice that she deserves. And when I was in the recovery home, I signed over temporary custody to my daughter's father, the one who's now 11, in case, he needed assistance at all. And because I was just out of nowhere gone for a year. And I have gotten that 50-50 custody back. And I have gotten married since then. And we want to look for a home, even finding apartments. Like for this apartment, we paid 3 times the amount that we would have had to pay, plus my husband's mom co-signed. And that's how we got into our apartment. Like it's just so hard to find, especially with a felony for burglary, which I understand, I did what I did, and I understand that and why people would be weary, about wanting a felon to live in their apartments and stuff. But it would just, to be able to work like jobs that I like. I have like all my CBRF certificates and med administration. Caregiving is something that I've always liked to do. Now it's very rare that I'll get a call back. And if I do, then at the end, everything will go good till the end when they say, oh, well, we saw this. And so, but I pretty much get ready for it, but if I had the chance to get this pardoned, that's what I would do. I would just get a good job and be able to find a good place, me and my husband, for our family. Because he knew, obviously, I had a felony when we got married, but it also affects him, and my children not being able to go on field trips and stuff like that with them because of my felony. But like I said, I know that I brought this all upon myself. I just would like the chance to be able to redeem myself and show that I am not the same person that I was, 10 years ago. Or
Thanks, Kelsey. Questions from the board? All right, well, thanks for sharing your story with us. Kelsey, you'll hear from us in about a month from today's hearing, but I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we'll be hearing from Tawanna Ivory. So Tawanna, thanks for joining with us. You've seen how this works, so please proceed.
Good morning. Thank you all for having me. My name is Tawanna Ivory. I caught my felony in 1998, but before I talk about the 1998 incident, I want to take you back just a little bit for a moment. I dropped out of high school when I was like 15 years old. Dropped out in the 10th grade. I didn't have an education. I started using drugs when I was like 16 years old, and I didn't get in trouble behind using drugs until I was like 19. And that was my first charge. It was a charge of possession of a controlled substance back in 1993. That's a problem for me because it's attached to a felony. They kind of charged us all in a group. I got caught in a raid, and they charged us all as a group. So that's been a challenge for me, that portion of my charge. Going on to 1998, I still didn't stop using drugs in 1993. I continued to use drugs. 1998 was the first time I ever caught a felony. And again, I was caught up in a raid in a drug house. I caught my felony for possession of a controlled substance with intent to deliver. It wasn't actually mine, but I still had it. So possession is 9/10 of the law. I take full accountability for it. I was sentenced to 3 years probation, 24 months stayed, I believe it was. And I did 10 months in a house of correction where I had work release and childcare and the AODA treatment. I completed all of those successfully. I did have one hiccup in between there. I had a probation officer that was really, really hard on me. It seemed as more so to me, she was more like a bully, and she was just really mean. And so I got in trouble for that because I didn't report to her for a couple of months. My son had got hit by a truck, and she seen me on the news, and she called her supervisor and she said, well, we're going to go to the hospital and we're going to arrest her. And her supervisor told her that she better not. So then I was given a new probation officer, and then I successfully completed my probation. Again, I didn't have too much, little education, so I was in dead-end jobs, just small jobs. I was working at a grocery store, Kohl's food store. They're no longer around. And I met a lady named Kim, and she was the bookkeeper there, and she showed me how to do bookkeeping. The store was finna close, and she said, Tawanna, you're really good at what you do, so I suggest you go back to school. Well, at that time, I didn't even have a GED, so I went to school. I got my GED. I enrolled in Bryan and Stratton College, got my associate's degree in accounting. Right after that, I went and got my bachelor's degree at Cardinal Stritch University for business administration. While I was at Cardinal Stritch, I also completed a year in project management. From there, I went on to obtain my master's degree in business administration with a concentration on finance. I have been working in the finance world for over 20 years, but what has hindered me is this felony, because when I go apply for jobs, I interview well, my background is good, but once I do the background check, then that's where the problems come in. My ultimate goal was to become the CFO, but no company wants a CFO with a felony that can be used against the company. No one wants that. Since then, also, I've been married. I got married. I've been married since 2013, going on 9 years. Me and my husband relocated to Phoenix, Arizona, which is where I am now. I work in the food service industry. I have a pretty decent job right now, but it's not the job that I want because it's not in the field that I desire to be, which is finance. My felony is hindering me. It also hinders from housing. In Arizona, a lot of places will not allow you to have a felony. They won't rent to you. I do not own a home right now. It's a part of my goal to become a homeowner. I wasn't able to work at the polls because of my felony. I'm just asking for a chance to redeem myself so that I can get my full rights restored and be able to obtain the job that I aspire, which is the CFO of the company. And I want to have better housing opportunities.
Thanks, Ms. Ivory. Questions from the board? Jerry?
Ms. Ivory, when you were arrested in 1998, you were 23 years old and had 4 kids at that point. How are those kids doing?
Well, thankfully, I had my mom at the time. My kids are all grown now. I have 5 grandkids. None of my children have criminal records. They're all good. They all graduated high school. 2 went to college. 1 owns her own business, transportation company. They're all doing good now.
Great. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ms. Ivory. Appreciate you sharing your story with us. You'll hear from us in about a month from today's hearing.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak with you guys this morning.
Thank you. All right, next up, we will be hearing from Maria Clark. Maria, if you wouldn't mind, there you go.
Hello.
Hi.
I just want to start by thanking you all for giving me this opportunity to present my case before you. I want to start off with my mother and my father wasn't in my life. My grandmother raised me. And I ran away from home when I was 15 years old and running the streets, doing what 15-year-olds do, because I didn't have the mental capacity to be on my own, but I thought I was grown, out there. And I got in trouble when I think I was like 16. I got caught stealing at Cole's food store. And I continued on, hadn't learned my lesson until I got a little older. I think I was 21 because my case started in, I caught my case in 2021. So the reason I caught my case is because I was working at working for a temporary service at a nursing home. And I took one of the residents' social security card, and I called and got cable services and phone services on in her name. And during that time, I didn't see the damage that I was causing to myself and other people, and also to my children. I didn't see past what I was doing. And yeah, I caught the felony, and I went to court by myself. My mother wasn't there, my father wasn't there, my grandmother. She did the best that she could, but ultimately she wasn't my parent that was supposed to take care of me or whatever. And I'm not blaming. I can't put all the blame on my my parents or whatever, because ultimately I was grown when this happened, and you got to be held accountable for your actions. But I can just say that that's where it started. That's where it started from. Since my felony, I have grown so much. I always wanted to be an inspiration for my kids, for them to have someone to look up to.
Ms. Clark, tell me a little bit about pursuing your MBA.
Okay, well, before I started the MBA, I figured out that I needed to do something. I couldn't keep going down the road that I was going down.
Mm-hmm.
So I started a cleaning service. I didn't ever get an LLC for it, but I got the EIN for it, and so I started cleaning houses, going door to door, knocking on doors, trying to get anybody who would let me clean their house or whatever. So, I was successful. I was starting to get people to hire me to clean their houses. And I went further than that. I started, I had a lawnmower and I had a snowblower. So in the wintertime, I would shovel snow. In the summertime, I would cut grass, cut down trees, whatever I had to do to, make a living for myself, me and my kids. So after 2 years of doing that, I felt like this is too strenuous. I don't want to really, do this much manual labor. So I took my daughter to MATC. She was getting ready to graduate, and I sent the culinary class over in the next room. And I was like, that's something I want to do. So I enrolled in school, and I graduated with my associate's degree from MATC for culinary. And I went on to Cardinal Stretch, where I gained my bachelor's degree in business management. And after I gained my bachelor's degree, I'm in school today. Well, right now for a master's in business administration. But right after I graduated with my associate's degree, I started up my catering service, Chef Girl Maria's Catering, where I'm currently doing it now. But I'm an entrepreneur. That's what I aspire to be. And at UWM, I'm going to school for business administration with a concentration of entrepreneurship. So my felony has hindered me tremendously. It has. It stopped me from getting jobs. It stopped me from a lot of things, and I changed my life because I wanted to let my kids know that, you don't have to resort to doing things that you wouldn't want done to you. You want to treat people how you want to be treated, and you can't go around taking things. I was a taker back then, and I seen the error of my ways, and I don't like it. I didn't like it, so I'm better now. My kids are grown. They were younger then, but they grown now. Both graduated from high school. One went on to college, and she a beautician. She has her own salon, you know, and I have 4 beautiful grandchildren that I want to continue to strive to be, you know, to be the best that I can be, you know, for them, so they can see that, you know, you can't let your circumstances determine your future.
Great. Thanks, Ms. Clark. Questions from the board? Jerry or Jeff?
Hey, good morning, Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, have you seen the letter or response from the victim's relative about this?
No, I haven't seen it, but I do remember the reason that it was found out is because I think the patient that I took from, she was trying to go off on her own and get an apartment of her own, and they did a background check, and that's how I found out that she had you know, old money here in Wisconsin, but I haven't seen the recent letter.
Yeah, what do you think about that? The impact.
I feel horrible about it. It eats me up. It eats me up every day. You know, I really feel horrible because I don't want nobody to do that to me or my kids or, you know, people in my family. You don't do people like that, you know. And I didn't know things, you know, like I said, I was a taker back then, and I thought that was okay. But now I've learned, you know, I don't want my kids going around taking from others, thinking that you know, that's the way of life, that you take things to get ahead. And I know that's not the way.
And you paid all your restitution?
Yes.
During your period of probation?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other, Jerry?
Ms. Clark, you were 23 years old when this happened. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you used the stolen credit card.
It wasn't a credit. It wasn't a credit card. It was a Social Security card.
Okay, to pay for cable TV.
No, I use it to obtain the services.
Okay, so you used it for cable TV.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me something about the woman you stole the Social Security card from.
She was in the nursing home suffering from a brain injury.
Do you remember any more about the woman you sold the card from?
I think she was in a car accident, and she was a young girl, and I think she had started to get better, and she was able to start to go off on her own, and her family was trying to get her her own house.
And how did you actually steal the Social Security card?
I synced it and I picked it up and took it.
I'm sorry, you saw it?
I seen it in her room and I took it.
It was laying out, or did you go into her purse to get it?
No, it was laying out.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Clark, for appearing before us. Appreciate your sharing your story with us. Like you heard me say before, you'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of the process, but I appreciate your time and hope you have a good day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we'll hear from Latasha Cox. Latasha, looks like you're calling in by phone. If you wouldn't mind unmuting yourself. All right. So Latasha, you've heard how this goes. So if you could just start by sharing with us how you ended up with your felony conviction, what happened afterwards, and why you think you've earned a chance to receive a pardon.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Latasha Cox. I first would like to say thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak with the board today. I was arrested and convicted of a third-party retail theft case around 2006 in Appleton, Outagamie, not sure how to pronounce it, but I take full responsibility of my actions. I was homeless at the time, and I was on a binge. I had been on drugs up for days, and two people asked me to ride with them, not even thinking about where I was going or what was going to happen. Looking for a place to sleep. I had, like I said, been up for days, and I went ahead and said yes, which I regretted that I made that decision. So we rode up to Appleton. As we were riding, I fell asleep. And I woke up to the getaway happening, and things like coats, racks, and stuff hit me in the head. When I woke up, we were speeding off. We were at a shopping mall. It was raining heavily. People were scattered. It was very scary. People were scattered. Somebody could have got hurt. We were on the highway. The car was spinning out of control, fishtailing. And it was a very, very scary experience. And I could have lost my life for somebody else. And finally, when there was a roadblock and we were apprehended, we were arrested, and I was convicted. But I couldn't tell you that I was so relieved to see those police at that time, because I thought I was going to lose my life at that time. I spent 3 months in jail in Appleton, and I was given 2 years of probation. Once I got out, I tried to repair. I was doing my AODA counseling and treatments and seeing my probation. On and off, I did relapse. I was going back and forth. I would get clean and then I would relapse. But eventually I did complete my 2 years of probation. I struggled with drugs and alcohol for multiple years. And it wasn't until my turning point wasn't until my daughter, my youngest daughter, who was, she was a sophomore at Madison College, at Madison University. She came home and she hung herself in my oldest daughter's house. And at that point, I had been living a life of hard use of drugs, in and out of jail. And, I had felons back here in Milwaukee. So I was going through the systems and just looking at my rap sheet the other day, going through these papers. I could not believe how my life really went, because I really, not until I got this part that I looked back at these papers and I also seen my picture, and it broke something in me, and it wasn't until my daughter passed away that I completely surrendered and stopped using drugs. And that was in 2017. And when, after she passed, I went on and I went to treatment, and I graduated treatment, and I went on to repair. I went back to my church, Hopewell Missionary Baptist Church, and I completed my 6 weeks for the new person to come to the church. And I did multiple things. 2018 was a good year for me, even though I still was going through my daughter's death. I had decided that wasn't the way I wanted to go. I mean, it had a really big impact on me. So I changed. And at 49, I did go back to school and get my high school diploma. I also got my CDL's license, and I've been driving a school bus ever since 2018. And I also got my CBRF license, and I work at a group home. And I'm a faithful member of Narcotics Anonymous. And all of those years that I was out there, I didn't know how to come back. And once I became a member of Narcotics Anonymous, I was able to see that I wasn't the only one, and how to receive the help and stay clean. And I'm still a faithful member today. And I also got married in 2018. Me and my husband both are recovering addicts. And my clean date is February the 13th, 2018. And with the church, I do a lot of ministry. I have did the food pantries, and I did a lot of work with H&I, that's the hospital institutions, just giving back what was freely given to me. I have a passion for working with the homeless. I go out and I give them bags with stuff in it. I help with the coat pantry, the clothes pantry, the back to school program. Right now, I'm confident in my walk. The desire for drugs has been lifted from me. As long as I continue, I have a sponsor. And as I continue to go to Narcotics Anonymous, it's a big help, because sometimes things can get a little rough. So, you have people that you can hear their story, and you can also share yours. And the reason we were doing a women ministry, and we were going to give back. I was going to speak at different facilities, and one facility was a shelter for women and children. And they asked me they wanted a background check, and I kind of felt kind of funny about it, because I knew I had this felony on me. And I really don't want people to look at the old Tasha, what I've done in the past, which I take full responsibility for. I harm myself and others, mainly my children as well. And I just want to, like my new walk with God, I would like to have a new clean slate, where I don't have to doubt myself when it comes to a background check, because some people go further than others, and some people may look at that and it may hinder me from moving forward. So when I got ready to fill out the application for the background check, I didn't feel as confident. So I passed it on to the pastor and the first lady, so we would not be denied the opportunity to speak and do a Bible study at this women and children's shelter. So that was one of my reasons for my pardon. And even further down the line, working at a group home, getting experience to help other in need. And I really like working with people that's been me all my life. So I could possibly have my own group home, and thinking about doing peer specialists, working in a school with troubled kids is one. So it's a lot of different things that I would like to do that this might hinder, or maybe looked at a different way where it may not allow me to go forward. And right. I know everything happens. Go ahead.
You did a great job. You're very thorough, Ms. Cox. I'm just going to open it up for questions from the board. So any questions from board members? Jeff?
And Ms. Cox, did you plead guilty to this charge, or did you have a trial?
I don't know. I can't remember. I think I pled, I'm not sure, but I was convicted. So I would probably say yes. I'm not sure if I did or not.
You don't remember if you had a trial or jury trial or?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, I did have a trial, because somebody did come to and say that I was driving the car. But I was not driving the car. I was in it, and I was aware of what they're doing. I was sitting in the front seat, sleep at the shopping mall when they came out and jumped in the car. So yes, I do believe that. Is that a trial? Yeah, that would be a trial. Somebody did come.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, thanks, Ms. Cox, for appearing before us. Appreciate you sharing your story, and you'll hear from us in about a month, but hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. All right.
Bye-bye.
Next, we'll move on to Todd Slusser. So Todd, thanks for joining with us. You've seen how this goes, so please proceed.
Thank you. First, I want to thank everybody. This is an amazing opportunity after 32 years. I really appreciate the time to do this. The story kind of starts back. I grew up in northern Wisconsin, and back in the late 80s, as I was early teenager, turned late teenager, I realized I was gay, and that was not a place to come out. It was not going to be northern Wisconsin in the late 80s. So I moved back down to Milwaukee. I have other family down here. At that time, I did find a whole community that was there for me, except that community that I found was going out every night and drinking and doing drugs. And it was one big party. And while I was working, the paycheck wasn't keeping up with the nightly going out and all the fun and, everything that was in this new life I found. So I was taking money out of the till, and when I was arrested, I told the judge at that time too that where I was headed, it was not going to be good. I knew. I mean, every night was just out drinking, partying, drugs, being promiscuous, and and it really probably did save my life. Just not the drugs alone, but just the HIV/AIDS was so rampant back then. I am so blessed that I didn't get it. And because of that, to this day, I mean, almost every day I think about what happened. I've never shied away from my conviction. People ask me about it. I'm very open and honest about it. Since in between the conviction, I had some other jobs here and there, but finally landed a job with the Housing Authority here in Milwaukee. I've been there over 25 years now. My partner, now husband, and I started buying houses to kind of help people that were having rough times. And over those times, I've actually started meeting other people with convictions, and they would shy away a little bit. And I would come out to them again with my felony and have conversations and, say, look, let's talk through this. And I've had a couple of tenants, that they had felonies, and we worked through it, and they stayed my tenants until they moved on. I had another a tenant that he came out with this felon. He was trying to start his own business. He wanted to learn construction. I had a house that needed work, so we worked together. And he had a couple other guys that had just come out of jail. They all worked on the house. He was able to move his family in. Unfortunately, his health took a turn where the house wouldn't accommodate him anymore. With the Housing Authority, we have a program where we're working with youth, and some of these guys too, they kind of shy away, and because they think there's, that I'm not going to understand kind of what they've been going through. And I tell my whole story, and that just, it really helps them to realize that there's somebody that they can come and talk to. And just kind of hoping, like I said, I refuse to shy away from this. I would hope you'd grant me this pardon, but it's not going to change the backstory at all. That backstory is always going to be, I was convicted, I have a felony, but I really hope that when I have to tell this story again, especially to, other people that are struggling, that the end of the story can change. It's not this, okay, you're done and nothing can happen. And I just that's really my whole story, and what I really wanted to say thank you all for this opportunity.
Thanks, Todd. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning. I'm a little confused because the record says you were placed on probation for 3 years, and the DOC says you were never on supervision. So what happened?
I was on 30 days, and then I was released. I don't know.
You were on 30 days of supervision or 30 days in jail?
I was in jail 30 days.
Okay.
And then released, and I never got in any trouble, so I guess I don't know
You never reported to anyone, and no one ever did a home visit? And
Nothing. No.
nothing.
No.
So interesting. You paid your restitution, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how did you do that? Like through what mechanism?
I actually, the jobs I was able to get at the time was waitering jobs. So as I was getting money that way, I was giving it to my attorney.
To your attorney. Okay. Okay. So you paid it through your attorney back to the.
Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes,
Jerry.
sir.
You're muted, Jerry.
Can you tell us about your work with Brady East STD?
Sure. Brady East STD shortcut is Bestie Clinic. It's until a couple of years ago, we hired a manager. It's an all volunteer clinic specializing in STDs and HIV treatment for males. I've been there doing HIV testing through that. I'm one of the trained through the state to do the testing at the clinic. Through that, I've now sat on the board for a few years also. It's, we're one of the largest for the state. We do run the most tests for free testing for the state, averaging 50 a week, which probably doesn't sound like a lot, but it's only for 3 hours on Mondays and Tuesdays. And then at Pride Fest, we average anywhere from, this year was low, but we've averaged from 300 to 600 tests, all volunteer and free to the community.
And how long have you been working with them?
Since 2007, it's been now.
Thanks. Thanks for your service.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Todd? All right, Todd, thanks for sharing.
Thank you. Again, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. All right. And our last applicant for the morning session is Ratis Frazier. So let me see.
Hello.
Yep, we got you. Perfect. There we go. Well, Mr. Frazier, you've seen how this works, so please proceed.
Yes. I'd like to thank you guys for the opportunity. Really in my story, and I just wanted to start off by saying I came up with a hard upbringing. My father wasn't there. My mother was on drugs, and so I had a rough upbringing. Came up kind of hard, and I did good. I went to school, did good in school. My first run-in with the authority was in high school. Well, actually, right after I graduated high school, I got into an altercation, a fist fight with some guys that had jumped my younger brother because of his sexual preference. And that's how I got my first misdemeanor. After that, I did pretty good. I was working and stuff, and I had my first child in 2003. And basically I had got into, the situation that I got into, hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yes, the situation that I got into that I got the felony for was basically my uncle, which I should have paid more attention to. I should have known that he didn't have a credit card, but basically I was going through some hardships, and I let him pay a bill for me, and it ended up coming back on me. Once the police caught up with me, I was honest about everything, and I took the blame for what I did, and I did my time, and I changed everything around. Basically, after that, I did a lot of community service. We do turkey giveaways. Well, the last couple of years we haven't done due to COVID, but we did turkey giveaways, feeding the homeless. I did cancer drives, breast cancer drive, due to my grandmother dying from breast cancer. That's something that I hold near and dear to my heart. I've had multiple jobs right now. I own a recording studio in Milwaukee. We're actually Cudahy. I own a recording studio, and that's my passion. I do that, and just having this felony, it just prevented me from a lot of other opportunities. I have 3 now. Who stays with me now due to the fact that his mother got killed last year in Milwaukee due to some guys robbing them. And I have him with me now, and I just want to be an example of positivity for my kids. I got 3 boys. My oldest son, like I said, he's with me. And I've been doing things. He always go with me to the turkey drives, and like when I go to Miami, we do toy drives and give away food and stuff there. I just try and do stuff wherever I can, and try and be a positive individual for the community. You know, just to give back, because I know that stuff that try and do everything now, I try and move forward on a good foot, just to show my and I try and be a great example. So
I think your audio is breaking up, Mr. Frazier. I think your connection's breaking up a little bit. It might help if you turn off your video. Sometimes that makes the audio work. Yeah, if you could turn off your video, then the audio will be a little bit clearer. Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, I hear you now. Hello?
Okay. Yeah, if you turn off your video, it will help with the audio.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, that's better.
Yeah, a lot better. Yep.
Yeah, it is.
All right. Well, thanks for that, Mr. Frazier. I'm going to open up for.
Okay. But do I need to repeat anything that you guys hear me?
I'll open it up for questions, and we'll do it that way. Any questions from the board? Jeff?
Good morning, Mr. Frazier. Mr. Frazier, do you still owe about $1,500 in restitution?
I don't know. I thought it could be. It's been so long ago, and I was paying on it. I thought I had finished paying it.
According to the records, you still owe almost $1,200 on the 99 case. On a 99
that was the
case,
that was the one from high school.
And $320 on an 05 case, the case that you're asking for the pardon on.
Right. Okay, well, I'm most yes, sir. And I most definitely can take care of that.
Okay.
It just had been so long ago. I thought that I had took care of it, and then the case went from 99. I was a kid, so I didn't know no better. But I most definitely can take care of it.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Cindy?
Yeah, Mr. Frazier, back to the misdemeanor battery in 1999. You were 19 years old. Were you still a high school student, or were you out of high school?
Hello, I can't hear you.
The question, can you hear me, Mr. Frazier?
Hello?
Can you hear me, Mr. Frazier? Mr. Frazier? All right, well, I think we can maybe, Joe, would you mind just giving him a quick call?
Yep, no problem.
Okay. We'll just pause for a minute and hopefully we'll get him on the phone here.
Hello?
Oh, can you hear us, Mr. Frazier?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't get to hear a question.
Yep, so Cindy.
Yeah, I'm happy to repeat it. So I want to ask about the misdemeanor battery in 1999. It looks like you were 19 years old at the time. Were you still a high school student, or were you out of high school?
I had just graduated. I just graduated that year. And basically what it was just it was some people that I went to school with, and I just felt like if they would have knew that was my brother, they wouldn't have been picking on him.
Okay, and the person that you punched, how old was that person?
I thought he was older than me because he was way bigger than me. But actually, I think he was like 17 or something like that. And I was 19 at the time.
Okay.
And when I went to court, the judge actually didn't give me a felony due to his size, what was going on, and his record.
Okay. But no one's condoning if he was bullying your relative for his sexual orientation.
It wasn't bullying. They actually had, it was like 4 of them. They jumped him and they put him in the hospital.
Okay. And then let me ask my question, please,
Sorry.
sir. How should you have dealt with that situation?
I should have let the law take care of that.
Okay. Instead, you went to the school, and it looks to me from the report that you sucker punched this kid and knocked 2 of his front teeth out. Is that right?
No, it wasn't a sucker punch, man. Basically, what it was, we were standing face to face. I talked to him before we even got into the altercation to ask him why was he fighting my brother? Why did they jump my brother? It was 4 of them. The other 3 guys that was with him, they ran, and me and him stood toe to toe and fought. Okay.
Then to the misappropriation of the ID offense. You actually, is it true you made the phone calls to pay off the debts, using that stolen credit card? Did you make those actual phone calls?
No, ma'am. Right. Actually, my uncle had did.
Your uncle made the phone calls to pay off your debts?
He had the card, yes, ma'am. I paid him the money, and he took care of the bill.
Okay. So one of the things that, as a board member, that I'm always looking for is accountability, and there's a thread through your application that honestly causes me some pause, because you alternately, for the assault, you blame the bullies. For this misappropriation, you blame your uncle. At one point, you say you didn't have adequate counsel. You had a poor attorney. I'm just looking for what accountability do you have for these 2 offenses?
I'll take all accountability because I'm the one responsible for putting myself in those positions.
Okay, and then why doesn't that come out in your application, sir?
I don't know. I just was, I don't know. But I mean, I hold accountability for everything that I did. I was the only person who got the felony on my name. I was the only person who had to do the time that I had to do. I had to go to court myself. I take full responsibility for everything that I did.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions for Mr. Frazier? All right. Well, thanks for appearing before us, Mr. Frazier. As you've heard me say many times now, you'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome of the process, but have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. All right. That concludes our morning session. We will now be, is there anybody to make a motion, move into closed session for the reasons listed on the open meeting notice? First from Jerry, is there a second? Second from Jeff. Anybody opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. We will be moving in closed session. So I'm going to be putting Wisconsin I in the waiting room. And all right. Well, welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us. This is the June 10th, 2022 meeting of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. My name is Ryan Nelsestuen. I have the honor of serving as chair of the Pardon Advisory Board. I have along with me today on the board, Cindy O'Donnell, who is with the Wisconsin Department of Corrections and previously with the Wisconsin Department of Justice. We have Judge Jeff Kremers, who is retired from a long career of service on the bench in Milwaukee. We have Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project and formerly both a state and county prosecutor. And also we have Myrna Warrington, who is just connecting right now. It works in vocational rehabilitation and also as a tribal council member. I'm going to go over a few additional housekeeping items, and then we're going to be jumping right into our afternoon session today. I'm going to be calling you up in the order that you're listed on the notice. So we are going to be starting with Travis Mikes, then Vincent, then Nicholas, then Rashawn, then Devin, then Susan, then Cheryl, then Tanisha, then Bevan, and finally Eric. When it is your turn to speak, please unmute yourself, turn your camera on, and you'll have about 5 to 7 minutes to share your story with us. We sent you the questions we wanted you to answer, but in short, we want to hear about how you ended up with a felony conviction. We want specifics, not just that you caught a felony or if you happen to be convicted. We also want to hear what happened afterwards and why you believe you've earned the chance to receive a pardon from Governor Evers. After we get done hearing from you all today, we're going to be meeting in closed session this afternoon. During that time, we will be deciding whether or not to forward your application to the governor. If you receive majority support of the 5 board members present, so at least 3 of us, your application will go to the governor for a final decision. If you don't receive majority support, or if the governor rejects your application after receiving it, you'll receive a denial letter from the Pardon Advisory Board, and you'll be able to reapply for a pardon within 18 months from the date of that letter. After you've spoken with us, you do not need to stay on. No one does. Please jump off and enjoy the rest of what's looking like, at least here in Madison, to be a beautiful Friday afternoon. So please do that. And then the final thing is we are live streaming this on both YouTube and Wisconsin Eye, which is Wisconsin's version of C-SPAN. Therefore, in order to maintain audio quality and also to make it easier on us board members to know who's talking, please both mute yourself and turn your camera off until it's your time to speak. You can turn your camera off and mute yourself in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. There's 2 little icons and a microphone for your microphone and a little camera one for your camera. So with that, I think I went through all my housekeeping items. We will first start then with you, Travis, and it looks like you're all set to go. So you get to set the example for everyone else. So Travis, if you can just start and talk to us about your 2 felony convictions, how you got them, what happened afterwards, and why you think you've earned the chance to receive a pardon. So please proceed.
Sure. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, just fine. Go ahead.
All right. My name is Travis Minkish, and I am seeking a pardon for the 2 felonies. One was a burglary to a building or dwelling, and the other was possession with the intent to deliver THC. My life started to spiral out of control when I lost my father in October of 2000. I was much closer to him than I was mom. My parents were divorced since I was about 3 years old. I didn't know how to cope with his death at the time, so I started smoking marijuana to help cope with his death. That occasional smoking led to an addiction and very poor life decisions. I was working at a McDonald's, a local McDonald's, and I looked up to one of the bosses, not only because he was a boss, but because I knew him outside of work as well. I viewed him as a male role model in my life because my mom didn't date or marry after her and my father had divorced. So I had no male role models in my life. This boss and I decided to burglarize the building after it was closed one night. He gave me the safe code and left the freezer door unlocked. I went in after everyone was gone and took money from the safe. I split that money with him, and then after that, we didn't talk too much, and I ended up quitting the job. I ended up graduating high school mid-year, and at that point in my life, I was smoking marijuana almost every day. I couldn't make it through a day without being high. I met some people with connections in Racine and Chicago. They had family in Racine and knew drug dealers in Chicago, but they didn't have the means to get there, and I had a vehicle and a license. So if I would drive them down there and back to purchase marijuana, then they would give me some of that marijuana for free. I would use some of that marijuana myself, and I would also sell some of that marijuana to support my habit. And at that time, all I was looking for was the free marijuana for my addiction. We all ended up getting caught and arrested in Racine. looking back now, I feel like getting arrested saved my life. It gave me a chance to get my life back in control and get back on the right path in life. After serving 18 months in prison, I was released on parole for 5 years. I had no parole violations during that time. I completed the AODA treatment program when I was locked up. I also completed the community service that was required as well. I worked for Sequent Trailer Products from 2004 through 2006 full-time, and also having a seasonal job in 2003, 2004, and 2005. I started working at the paper mill in August of 2006. During my time at the mill, I worked up to the highest spot on the machines, which is a machine tender. I was also a fill-in boss for the machines. I worked on the union board for 3 years as a trustee. In that role, I audited the union checkbooks every quarter with 2 other board members. I helped with first step grievances and represented members in minor disciplinary actions. I also helped negotiate new policies and procedures. After those 3 years, I became a recording secretary for the union for 2.5 years before taking a salary position as the production supervisor. During the 2.5 years, I recorded the minutes of our monthly meetings. I helped with second and third step grievances. I represented people in more serious disciplinary actions, and I helped negotiate a 5-year contract with the company. In my 5.5 years on the union board, I tried to make the mill a safer and a better place for everyone to work. For the last 2 years, I have been a production supervisor for a number 3 and number 4 paper machine. So I am responsible for the crews that work on both the machines and all day-to-day activities that happen on the machines. My first priority every day is making sure that no one gets hurt and that everybody's following the rules. I'm currently trying to work my way up to a process engineer position. So that's a little bit about my work history since I've been out. A little bit about my personal history here. In 2009, I had to start taking care of my mother, who unknowingly had diabetes, and that ended up taking her eyesight. So she was considered legally blind. So I ended up moving back in with her so that I could help care for her and she could stay at home as long as possible. In 2014, we found out that she had a brain tumor. And in April of 2015, I was unable to care for her any longer. And I ended up putting her into a nursing home where she could have 24/7 care. And she passed in July of 2015. Every year for the past 7 years, I've also been making firewood for a man who has MS, just because he's unable to make the firewood himself, but he does love the firewood heat. I got married to my current wife in 2020 and now have 3 adult stepchildren. And for me, it would be a blessing to be pardoned. It would show that even if you make mistakes in your life, it doesn't have to define who you are today. I feel that I have a positive impact on the people that I meet and interact with daily. And I'm willing to always lend a helping hand, whether it's in my work life or in my personal life. I get enjoyment out of helping others. To me, it's one of the greatest feelings I can experience. And we do a lot of customer visits for different reasons at Alstrom where I work. And one of the biggest customers is 3M Canada. And as a felon, I'm not allowed to enter Canada. Being unable to do customer visits would alter my ability to move up in the company. And ultimately, I'm asking for a second chance. I know what I have done is very wrong. Looking back at what I have done to others disgusts me. That's how I know that I've changed as a person. And looking at what I have done since I have been out brings me joy that I've been able to turn my life around and be a positive influence in others' lives. I take full responsibility for my actions, and I am not placing blame on anyone else for my actions. Thank you.
Thanks, Travis, and very sorry to hear about your mother. Questions from the board? Jerry?
Travis, when you were arrested in Racine, there was a .40 caliber Smith & Wesson involved. Where did that gun come from?
That was one of the other parties' weapons. one of the other people that I was with, that was their weapon.
Did you know it was part of the deal?
No, I did not.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, thanks, Travis, again for sharing your story with us. As you heard me say at the top, you'll hear from us in about a month, give or take, in terms of the outcome, but hope you have a wonderful Friday.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, next we'll be hearing from Vincent King. So Vincent, looks like that's you. So you've seen how this works, so please proceed.
All right. Well, I guess would have been 1990, maybe 89, 90, right around there. I was in the mix of addiction, not to any particular substance, but to pretty much all substances. And I ended up selling an ounce of marijuana to a police officer, which wasn't very, wasn't a very good move. And then I also called in my checkbook stolen and continued to write a bunch of checks on it. I mean, I knew I was going to get caught, but at the time, it's like it was all I could do to seem to survive in order to. I was just in such a rough spot with my addiction. So I was given a chance to be on probation. There were some other misdemeanor charges in there on the same thing. I was in very serious trouble, and I had a really good lawyer that I was fortunate to get through the public defender's office, and I ended up getting 30 days in jail and 3 years probation. And the actual attorney that got to be Bill, his first name was, but I kind of can't remember now. It's been so long, but he actually was in recovery, and and I knew I had been to treatment a bunch of times before, and I'd been to some 12-step meetings, but it really didn't seem to work at that time. I got on probation, met with my PO, went through a drug and alcohol assessment, and on April 9th of 1991, I entered into the Blandine program in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, which was at the time, now it's a full treatment center, but at the time it was a halfway house. And I did outpatient treatment, the POP program at the Fond du Lac County Mental Health Center. And I've been really involved in Narcotics Anonymous. I used to be involved a little bit in AA, but mainly in Narcotics Anonymous ever since. So yeah, celebrated 31 years clean here, reached last April. I don't know what to say about, I made some mistakes. It was definitely wrong. It's not anybody else's fault that I did those things. Since then, I got clean. I met a wonderful woman with 4 children, and we married and raised a beautiful family. I went to college. I got a bachelor's degree in geography, computer cartography. I had a hard time finding a professional position at the time. So I ended up kind of doing what I used to do before. I was awarded a union plumbing apprenticeship with a wonderful contractor out of Fond du Lac called JF Ahern. And they put me through another 6 years of education, 5 years. I guess the program was 5 years. And so I completed that apprenticeship program, worked as a journeyman for them, moved on to some other companies. I've held foreman positions, supervisor positions. 3-4 years ago, I opened up my own business, Iron River Plumbing, up in Iron River, Michigan. And I've been really happy with that. I had a wonderful life since I got clean, but before it wasn't. Another thing that happened in there too is right after high school, I joined the Army, and I had some issues, mental health issues that really weren't my fault, but I went back years later and applied for disability, and I was awarded 100% veterans disability for PTSD and military sexual trauma. So I'm not blaming my addiction on that, but it's all part of it, and and it took getting rid of, working on the addiction first before I could ever get to any of the other mental health issues that needed to be addressed. I still see a counselor at the VA. He's actually a psychologist, or Dr. Von Holla. I still go to recovery, Narcotics Anonymous mainly meetings and functions. I hold a position on our area at area level. I hold a position at our group. I sponsor quite a few people. So the reason why originally I wanted the pardon, I live in a little community and I had a small business, and I wanted to be like on the city council or the town board, or, run for a elected position. Since then, last August, I was struck by a car. So this was since I completed the application from you guys. I was struck by a car on my motorcycle, and I had my left leg amputated. So I just recently shut my business down, and I haven't quite decided. I just haven't figured out exactly how the rest of my life is going to be, but I'm still considering being on the, I'm really into politics a little bit, and I'd still like to do the political thing without trying to be like the businessman, position in it. Of course, my life has changed a lot since I wrote that pardon application that you have there, and so my reasons for the parting have changed a little bit. I really would like to go hunting again. I know that sounds probably corny, but I'd like to be able to walk in the woods, and I live up north. I fish a ton. That's like my biggest hobby, and so I'd like to. And then, I sponsor a lot of people, and it would, I think, be very advantageous for them to see that you can recover and you can get a pardon and you can be forgiven, as well as my sons. We had four boys. I adopted the two youngest ones, and so I don't know. The next chapter in my life is still a little bit unfinished, and I might try to get back into a career. And if I do, it's going to be more of a professional career because of my injury. And I know the last time I was really looking for a professional job, that the felony was holding me up, and maybe now, I don't know if it would or not, it's been a long time, but I think it still would definitely be a plus to have the part. So that's pretty much all I got. You got any questions?
No, thanks for being so thorough and candid. Are you at 30 years now sober?
31 years.
Congratulations, and sorry to hear about your accident. Questions from the board? All right, well, thanks, Mr. King, for appearing before us. Like I said, you are very thorough, and you've definitely endured a lot, and you should be very proud of your resilience with everything. So you'll hear from us in about a month, but I appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Okay, thank you very much. You guys have a great weekend too.
Thank you. All right, next we will be hearing from Nicholas Pennington. Oh, there you are, Mr. Pennington. Well, you've seen how this works now, so unmute yourself and please proceed.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Good afternoon. My name is Nicholas Pennington, and today I'm here as a 40-year-old man seeking a pardon for a crime I committed 21 years ago when I was 18 years old. In 2001, I, along with friends at the time, broke into the closed ticket office of a ski hill and stole money in the middle of the night. A few months after high school graduation, I had moved out of my parents' house and left for college. I had some trouble initially adjusting to life without oversight and quickly got caught up in the distractions of college, going to too many parties and too few classes. Soon after, I dropped out of college in my first semester and moved home. After a fight with my parents, one I'm sure that I started, I packed a bag and left, opting to sleep on the couch of the apartment of some new friends. None of us were criminals or bad apples or had ever been in any kind of trouble before, as far as I knew. I hadn't known them very long, and I never saw them again afterward. But what started off as basically teenage boys drinking beer and talking foolishly somehow escalated to actually going through with a crime. Ultimately, I was convicted of felony burglary of a business and was sentenced to 30 days of Huber work release and 4 years of probation. I completed my sentence without incident and was released from probation early for good behavior. Thankfully, I had a loving and forgiving family that helped me quickly get back on my feet. In the years that followed, I returned to college. I completed a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in business. I worked in corporate marketing for a few years and then started my own business. Years later, I decided that I wanted to help others through healthcare and my interest in neuroscience, which led me back to school. I first completed a master's in clinical psychology, and finally, my path has led me to currently attending medical school, after which I plan to specialize in neurology. During this period, I also volunteered my time weekly in the community in a variety of different roles across many years. In one role, knowing firsthand how tough it can be to rectify a bad decision that you made when you're young, I chose to volunteer helping adults who dropped out of high school get back on their feet educationally and earn their GED. I also volunteered in multiple healthcare roles, working mostly with delirium prevention in hospitalized elderly patients after seeing the struggles my grandmother faced with delirium and dementia following a series of strokes. She had served as a large part of my motivation for med school. My actions as a teenager were confined to a brief period of my life that spanned just a few short months and don't in any way reflect the man that I am today. I'm a loving husband and father, a responsible business owner, a homeowner, a dedicated medical student, and a successful professional. I conduct myself with hard work and integrity in everything that I do, and I try to be a positive example for those around me. I am sorry for and ashamed of what I did, the decisions I made, the people that I hurt. Being a small business owner myself now, I'm even more aware of what it must have felt like for the owners of the ski hill and the disruption I must have caused to an already busy routine running their business. It's my hope to continue on in a career serving patients as a Wisconsin physician. Achieving that goal, however, is not guaranteed. While a distant felony conviction doesn't specifically bar me from becoming licensed as a physician, it will be left up to each organization in my path ahead, including clinical training sites, licensing boards, and others, to determine whether to accept me as an applicant in light of my past, or to simply choose another equally qualified candidate. I'm seeking a pardon today to help ease that path, in hopes that a legal affirmation of the steps I've taken toward rectifying my past mistakes will be looked at favorably. I've worked hard for more than 2 decades, trying to pile as much good as I can on top of the bad, hoping for this moment. I want to be a role model for my children and others, and I try to contribute positively to society every day, and generally just strive toward being a good and upstanding human being. I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunity to come here today and share my story and express my apologies and my regret over my past mistakes. So thank you all for your time and for your consideration.
Thanks, Nicholas. Questions from the board? Cindy? And then
Good
Jerry.
afternoon, Mr. Pennington. I think your scale has tipped to the good side in your life. You may be our first medical school student. So you're class of 2024?
2024.
2024. And do you still own the photography business?
I have since closed the photography business, but I do have a small leather coaster manufacturing business.
Ah, that's the business. Okay, I didn't know if it was still.
That one's been more recent in the last like 9 to 12 months. Has kind of grown from a basement hobby to something a little more significant.
Okay. Okay. Are there days in medical school where you wish you were back doing photography, or?
Oh boy, yeah. There's a lot of days in medical school where you wish you were doing anything but studying. But it's a long road and challenging. But I enjoy the challenge, and it's been really great.
You certainly have a lot to give back. So thank you.
Thank you.
Jerry? You're muted, Jerry.
At the stage in your career when you were writing children's books, right? Yes. Who was your co-author in
that is my mother. So she is
really?
She's a career lifetime author. She left her job as a secretary in her early 30s and decided she wanted to become an author, and has started off writing newspaper publications and then moved into books. I think she's up to maybe 10, 11 or 12 books at this point. So I got the opportunity after college to do some work with her and co-author a couple of books. So that was a really fun way to, be together and create something.
Well, if we had more time, I'd be interested in your Shackleton book, but that's a longer story. Thank you.
And feel free to shoot me an email and we can catch up.
Any other questions? Well, thanks, Nicholas, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in about a month, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we'll hear from Rashawn Cobb. There
Hello.
we are.
Hey,
Hello.
how y'all doing?
Not bad, not bad. Well,
Yeah,
you've seen how this works, so please proceed.
I have COVID, so it's been for the last 2 days. So my head is cloudy, my nose and everything. So
I'm so
feeling
sorry.
real bad, and I'm sitting on the edge of my bed. So I'm sorry, y'all. I'm definitely sorry.
No need to apologize. No need to apologize. So,
well, I got convicted of my crime in what was it, 98 or somewhere around there, and it was robbery by force. And before then, I went to college. I was in college. I'm the only person in my family that's been in jail. I was in college playing college basketball. I was doing great, and my grandmother ended up passing away, and it took a toll on me, a big toll on me. And I moved back to Milwaukee from St. Louis, Missouri at the time, and I just got involved with the wrong people. And I'm truly sorry for the stuff that I done to the guy that I hurt. And I saw him probably about 15 years ago, and I apologized to him, on the spot, and told him I was sorry. I'm not that person. I was just in a bad place, and I was just, it was just a bad time for me. I was hurting real bad, with my grandmother's loss and things like that. So after all that, I end up completing my time in jail, and then my time on probation. And y'all got to excuse, my head is very, very cloudy right now. But
you're doing just fine, Mr. Cobb.
Yeah, and I finished my time, my probation and stuff like that, and I end up moving out of town and end up getting married. I've been married for about 17 years now to a beautiful wife. I have 5 kids. At the time when I was on probation, I found out my kids was living with their mom at the time, and I found out that the guy that she was living with was touching on my daughter. So I ended up taking them to my house and ended up moving out of town, and they live with me ever since, me and my wife, and we took care of them. I got 3 kids. I got 2 kids in college right now. My son Rayhan he was in school in Iowa playing basketball, and now he's back in. He's going to Whitewater this year, and this will be his last year. And he's going to finish up his basketball career there. And my daughter goes to New Mexico State. She plays basketball for them. And I have a daughter that's working on her master's. She just made me a grandfather. And that's something I'm very proud of. And she's the oldest out of my group, and she's 26, and she just finished her master. Well, she's on the way to finish her master. And I just been trying to just stay positive. I have never had a traffic ticket ever since I've been out. I've been driving. I have my CDLs. I've never been in trouble ever since I had the incident, the felony. I just try to move on with my life the best way I can and be positive and do the right things, which I know I can and which I know I was doing before, I just super thankful that y'all allow me this time and this opportunity to come in front of y'all. And I don't have a lot. I had a lot to say, but I'm just so cloudy in my head. And if y'all have any questions for me or anything, because I'm very, very sick. So
you did a good job, Mr. Cobb. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cobb. I hope you feel better soon.
Yes,
My
ma'am.
question is, about the application process. It's not required, but it's encouraged that people submit letters of support. And you
Yes,
did
ma'am.
did not submit any, and I'm wondering why not?
I thought I did. Because I went through it was a lady that did my process. I paid her $1,000 to do my process. And when they submitted it, they submitted letters of recommendation because I had a couple of friends of mine, because I lived in California before I moved back to Texas. And I had a friend submit a letter for me, and I turned it in to her. And I had my brother submit a letter, and I turned that in to her. And I had my mom and a couple other people submit letters of reference. And I'm surprised they didn't get turned in, because they should have got turned in for me. But I didn't, the whole process, the only thing that I did is fill out the paperwork for the lady that did the process for me. And she took it up to Madison and submitted, because at the time I was living in another state. So she did all the background and everything for me. So I don't know why there's no letters of recommendations submitted behind everything.
Who was that, Rashawn? Do you remember?
A clean slate.
Okay. Yep.
Yep. Clean slate. That was the name of the people that did my paperwork and stuff. It cost me $1,000.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Cobb? Mr. Cobb, like Cindy said, hope you feel better. Wish you a speedy recovery. Take care of
Thank you
yourself,
so much.
and
Thank you so
hope you
much.
have a good weekend and get through what sounds like a pretty bad bout.
Okay, thank you. Y'all have a
Thanks.
great day, okay?
All right, next we will be hearing from Devin Colve. So Devin, looks like you're all set. So you've seen how this works. Please proceed.
All right, my name is Devin Colvey. About 2007, I got in trouble for felony theft. I was very young at the time, very impressionable, I guess you could say. What I did was very, very wrong. What else to say about it there? Ever since, I got sentenced to 9 months jail time, 5 years of probation. I completed all that, and with no hiccups or anything like that. Ever since being done with all of that, I've strived to be better in my life. From there, I went into working in the union. I was a laborer. I worked there for probably 4 years. And then once I decided to kind of get done with that, it was very hard on the guy's body. Me and my father, we opened a trucking company, and we drove over the road I got 3-4 years doing that stuff. Then after a while, I figured I could do better in my community and better with people that I know and grew up with. I'm born and raised in the same community I live in now. I started a tire repair shop. I go out on farms. I fix tractor tires. I built up a lot of respect and honesty with a lot of my customers. If they're not even at their place of residence, I go there and everybody trusts me, and I've done a lot of hard work to get to that point. But trust is a very good thing in my aspect. I have 5 kids, the oldest being 10. She enjoys target practice, stuff like that. Kind of what I want to do. I want to participate in things like that with her. My youngest being 2 years old, my middle child being 5, he's starting school, and going on field trips, stuff like that would be a big bonus. I haven't been able to do that since my oldest daughter, 5-6 years now. Things like that is kind of why I'm applying for this. I play a pretty big role in my community. I help a lot of people. I have a rental property. I work with some low income people and housing, housing stuff that I, help find them a house, or, they live in one of my rentals. The current job that I am doing is quite a bit of physical labor. There could come a day where I'm not able to do that sort of physical labor, but I feel like there's more stuff that I can do to help people, and I love and enjoy helping kids grow, succeed, and go with their passions. Over the last couple of years, I've seriously contemplated on becoming a probation officer. I feel like I could do a lot of good helping a lot of people that do get in trouble, try and get them back on track, move them in a better way of life like I have. But yeah, I don't know what else to kind of say here. But.
No, that's good. I'll open up for questions. Thanks, Devin. Questions from the board? Jeff?
Good afternoon, sir. Do you still owe $13,000 in restitution for this?
I do not know. I'm not sure how that really works. I paid my portion of the restitution and fulfilled that otherwise I would not have been able to get out.
That's not exactly correct. The Department of Corrections will, if they feel like they can't extend someone's probation because you don't have the ability to pay, for example, they will discharge you from probation, but there'll still be money owing, or sometimes whoever the victim is will get a civil judgment against you, and the Department of Corrections will take that as, they're satisfied that the victim is being protected because there's a judgment. So reacting to the fact that the Department of Corrections records show that you still owe $13,311 in restitution. And the other possibility, of course, is that all of you were ordered to pay an amount jointly and severally, and while you may have paid your proportion as a third or a quarter, or however many people there were, that's great that you did that, but technically each of you is responsible for the whole amount.
Yes, I understand that. If I had more money in life, I would try to pay that off. I currently don't. I guess, I'm not saying that they're responsible or I'm responsible for it, but I did the best I could, I guess.
You know how much you did pay in restitution?
I think it's over 9,000 some odd dollars.
And how many of you were involved in this?
So 5 or 6. It's been 15 years ago, so I don't remember, a lot of it, a lot of the numbers.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, thanks, Devin, for appearing before us. You'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome, but I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you guys for listening to me today.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Next, we'll hear from Susan DeBus. Susan?
Hi.
Hi, Susan. Well, you've seen how this goes, so please proceed.
Thank you all very much for hearing from me. My crimes were forgery and uttering. I was in a bad place, and I stole checks from who is now my husband, who was just my boyfriend for 15 years at the time. We are now married. We've been married since 2013 in August, so I think it's 9 years this year. My crimes were forgery and uttering. I was addicted to cocaine in a bad place, and since I cleaned myself up, I have not touched it in 15 years, nor do I want to. Don't associate with any of those people. I am a housewife. I worked for a while I finally got a job at a place called Breezy Hill Nursery, and I was subjected to harassment in the workplace. Like, I was there to find, I was an inventory controller. I was there to find lost equipment and missing equipment that the bosses couldn't find. And when I started finding it, the people in the auto shop where I worked kind of made my life miserable for a while. Like, I left a note that I had to go pick up some parts, and I came back to a big "who cares" written across the bottom of it. And then they required me to work weekends, which I couldn't do, even though they hired me knowing that. So I ended up leaving there shortly after I mailed this. I am a housewife. I am a somewhat skilled mechanic. I fix everything that breaks here. I do all the lawn maintenance. I have a friend of mine that has a band that I sing with sometimes just to help out. He does a lot of benefits, and, you know, local people, friends of mine, a 30-year friend of mine just got diagnosed with breast cancer, and we helped her out. And I make things out of wood. You know, this is just one I've got waiting right now. It's just a wood burn painted slice of tree. It's been 15 years now since my crime. I don't have children. I have 2 English Mastiff German Shepherd brothers that we rescued, and they are absolutely a handful. I couldn't regret this time in my life more. My husband and I have not been on a honeymoon due to the fact that I don't believe I can get a passport. So that would be nice someday. I do have a valid bartending license just to keep current with the town. A friend of mine is on the town board. She's Carol Schneiderman. She's one of the ladies that wrote me a recommendation or reference letter. I do buy a hunting license every year. My husband goes, but just to donate to the cause. My dogs and I watch Northwoods Law every Sunday. I love conservation, which would also be nice to check out something in that field. I have no idea what else you would like me to say, but I'm here for any questions you guys have.
Thanks, Susan. Questions from the board? Jerry, then Cindy.
At the time, was your boyfriend, now husband, also in addiction?
No.
Thanks.
I was pretty sneaky. It wasn't a daily thing. It was just enough.
So my question's along the same lines, but your husband was the victim of your offense. Is there a reason why he didn't weigh in on this with your packet, why you didn't submit something from him?
It never really occurred to me. He's here. I could go wake him up.
No, do that. I'm just curious.
He works like a second, third shift at a job at MCO Chemical. Yeah. He's been there for.
No, please
don't wake him up. Let him sleep.
Please don't wake him. No, I was just curious because he's, you're married to him. He's the victim. Yeah. It would be a, logical thing, right? But if you didn't think of it, you didn't think of it.
Yeah, he knew it was not me. I mean, the addiction, no matter what the addiction is, grabs a hold of you and just won't let go and makes you do stupid things that you're going to regret the rest of your life.
Thank you.
Sorry.
All right. Well, thanks, Susan, for appearing before us and sharing your story. You'll hear from us in about a month. So hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thanks. All right. Next, we'll hear from Cheryl. There you are, Cheryl. Well, Cheryl, you've had the benefit now of seeing how this has worked a couple of times, so please proceed with sharing your story.
Okay, in 2009, I was arrested for party to crime of burglary due to my drug addiction. In 2004, I had herniated discs in my back while I was working as a CNA at a nursing home, and I was prescribed to a monthly supply of Vicodin. At this time, I was in a serious relationship with my co-defendant, Andrew Dreyer, who was a drug addict. Together, through several years, we became severely addicted to pain medication, crack, and heroin. Andrew and I's relationship had some ups and downs, and we broke up in 2008, I believe, which is when I began to date and reside with Kevin Wilson, the victim. Kevin tried to help me with my addiction, but I couldn't stop, and instead, I stole some money from him to pay for my habit. He promptly kicked me out, and eventually Andrew and I restarted our relationship. At this time, Andrew was burglarizing to pay for his addiction. Unfortunately, I was also still very addicted and decided to help him. I had the idea to break into Kevin Wilson's home to steal loose money that I knew he kept around the house. When Andrew broke in, he found a safe containing a large amount of money that I was unaware of. I helped Andrew hide some of this money at his family's hunting camp, and I spent some of it on drugs. I knew what we had done was wrong. I was raised in a good home with two amazing and loving parents who taught me right from wrong. However, I had developed a problem way bigger than I could get myself out of. Thankfully, I was arrested in September 2009 as I was running from my hometown with a lot of stolen cash to go to Chicago to buy more drugs and likely kill myself. It was a terrible place to be, a place that still haunts me. So there I found myself in jail for the first and only time in my life. I was alone and detoxing from a lot of drugs. I pled guilty and was sentenced in February of 2010 to 2 years in prison, 4 years of probation, and restitution amount of $31,394.06, which I paid off prior to the completion of my probation. During my prison sentence, I took classes for typing, I worked in the kitchen, and I went through the 6-month AODA ERP program. Upon my early release in February of 2011, I immediately went back to work at Norway Mountain Ski Resort, where I worked as a snowcat operator. And then I became a laborer on a construction crew for the summer. Then I began milking cows on a local dairy farm in the fall, where I worked up to being the herd manager for 10 years. In 2012, I returned to work at Wildman Adventure Resort as an adventure manager and the lead whitewater raft guide for one season. And I also had a third shift wiring technician position at a local relay station manufacturer for just under a year in 2015. Upon my release, I also attended AA and NA and an addiction group at my church. This past September, I took a position with the city of Norway in wastewater treatment and refuse collection. And I went back to college for water resource management. I am on track to graduate with my associate's degree in water resource management next May. I'm proud to say I'm achieving a 4.0 GPA. It is my goal to test for and achieve many state licensures in November for municipal water and wastewater treatment. I'm requesting this pardon for the purpose of future employment opportunities and or advancement with my current employer. I believe I have what it takes to be in management position. However, a felony record can quickly shut doors. I know I deserve the sentence I received. I committed a serious crime against a good, hardworking man who did not deserve to become a victim of my addiction and to endure what I put him through. Since the day of my arrest, I have maintained my sobriety. I own my house and a nice vehicle. I am an asset in my community. I have attained a Class B CDL. I am also leading a group of women backpackers, and I have been able to relate to and help so many people because of my struggle with addiction. I attend church regularly and am using the strength I find through my faith to stay in recovery. I'm very sorry for what I did, and I thank you all for your time. And I apologize, I'm a little nervous.
No need to apologize. Questions from the board. Cindy?
Good afternoon. Just a couple of questions. So the crime itself, the break-in was committed on September 16th, 2009. And then it looks like from the timeline, about 5 days later was the traffic stop where you're heading to Chicago. So in 5 days, you spent $31,000 that you had stolen?
No, I don't know what happened to the money. My co-defendant, Andrew Jaguar, had the majority of the money. I don't even know how much there really was. Like I say, I helped him hide some of it, and he had the rest of it, and I don't know what he did with it. And I don't know where the money ended up.
Okay, it looks like from the DOC records that you were ordered to pay $21,000, a little over $21,000 in restitution.
Okay, this
And
might
that-
have been the joint and several amount.
Yeah,
the 31. Yeah, this could have been the joint and several amount.
Okay, so how did you come up with $21,000 to pay that off?
I worked.
I mean, you've paid it incrementally over the years of probation, or did you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep,
Okay.
I made payments along the way. And then the last payment I made, I borrowed $9,000, I believe, on my house.
Okay.
And
Okay.
paid the rest of it before I ended my probation so that I didn't have a civil judgment.
Right, good for you. Have you had any contact since this offense with Mr. Wilson, the victim?
I have not.
Okay.
I have attempted an apology letter, but that's all as far as I could go with it. I did it through the Wisconsin corrections. I wrote an apology letter so he can read it if he wants to.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Well, thanks for appearing before us, Cheryl. Appreciate your time and candor, and you'll hear from us in a month, but hope you have a good weekend.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up, we'll hear from Tanisha Maxey. So Tanisha, oh, there you are. There we go.
Hi.
Hi, Tanisha. Well, thanks
Please
for.
let me know if you can hear me okay. I just want to
Just
give
fine.
you a quick intro. I have a sick client, so I am actually sitting in a Barnes & Noble, so I could not miss this meeting for anything. I've been waiting on this for years. So you see cars go by behind me. I am in a Barnes & Noble. So I have like a makeshift desk that I made here.
It's not the weirdest place somebody
Okay.
has made an appearance from. So as I think the other board members will attest. So,
Okay.
Well, thanks for joining us, Tanisha. So please proceed in terms of answering those questions. Then I'll open up for questioning.
Okay, thank you. So when I started all of this, I was 16 years old. I was a cheerleader at the time. I had good grades. I was the 16-year-old kid that got a car. I can't blame, it on upbringing. I was popular. I was a well taken care of kid overall. I became a CNA, a certified nursing assistant at this age of 17. I started dating. I started working in a nursing home with adults. The biggest difference with that, they were truly adults. They had children, they had bills, they, had issues. I was 17, and it kind of, when you're 17, 30 seems so old, but then when you turn 30, you're like, it's not so bad. But, they were working adults. They had lots of responsibilities. I was a teen that was working part-time. So I started hanging out with older people that had way more life experiences that I had at 17. So I was I would say I wouldn't say flunky, but maybe very much naive. I was young. I was hanging out with them. They were introducing me to liquor, alcohol, drugs. I cannot say like I was like addicted or under the influence when this happened. I'm not blaming that, but it's just by hanging out with these adults, I had the ability to live way above my time. I had the car. I was 17 years old. I could work in a nursing home. You could do double shifts. I had the ability to make money. They coddled me. I was accepted. So I was, again, naive, hanging with adults. Introduced me to a lot of things that a 17-year-old probably should not have been introduced to. So I was working one day, and as usual, we take our break together, we take our lunch together. This is a coworker at the time, like an elder. We hung out. I could go to her house and stay up late night and hang out the weekend. So I had a relationship that I thought with her. So we went to lunch, and I remember her handing me just like a bunch of materials. When I say materials, it was like 20 years ago, but papers and plastic and like coins. And there was like some jewelry that she kept. So I don't remember what everything was, but I do absolutely remember 2 stores that we went to. So back to that, two of them were credit cards. So I do remember going to Target and a Boston store. Long story short, we used the cards. We drove my car. It was my license plate that was on there. And I just was like driving down the street doing what people were saying. So we used them. We got things that we thought were free, that were appealing to a 17-year-old, clothes, shoes, I don't know, maybe toiletries and just chick things that a 17-year-old would think that is just great to have. All the things now that I look back that I literally buy in abundance, donate, give away, like things that really have no monetary value. You can work and you can buy those things. So we eventually got caught. Everything was given back. Once the detectives had called, I guess they started an investigation. There were some fraudulent reports on the account. So then the police was contacted, and then a surveillance ran. It was my license plate. I had a valid driver's license, valid plate. So it went right to my home. So at that time, my mom got the phone call. They asked for everything back. We gave everything back. But still, there was charges that was brought against us. I did have I believe the word is like cross-reference case or something. It was another, I believe she was like 17 years old as well. So I was a CNA at the time. Luckily, they did not ban me from healthcare. I really feel like that was like God's grace, because like as I continue to talk on, you'll see that like my love for healthcare is completely there. I have no clue where I would actually be without healthcare as of today. I went to court. I had a public defender. I went to court. Gosh, it felt at least 2 years before we actually got sentenced. So, we didn't know what to expect, what to do. I had never been to jail. I'm sure the people in my family may have went to jail, but it's different when you're 17 years old and your mom is taking you back to court. You have done this wild, crazy thing that you were never raised to do, so I'm sure my mom was worried. But in the event, I graduated in 2001. I still remember, I think I graduated while still going to court. So graduated high school. My mom kind of just reset me after that. I think that we both were like scared endless. I didn't know what to expect. I believe I was facing like 45 years and 9 months as a 17-year-old kid, not knowing what they were going to do with me. So I graduated in 2001. My mom kind of reset me. I was going to school. I got 30 days of Huber, I believe 4 or 5 years of probation, restitution, in which I paid back, and I had to do some volunteer work. So in that event, I started going back to school in 2007. I fought my way through school. I got denied at a couple clinical sites because I did have a felony, even though the case was closed. I was being denied jobs that I knew that, I was qualified for. So in 2007, I got focused. I buckled down. I graduated as an LPN, which is a licensed practical nurse. I became it was very few of us that were wound care nurses, LPNs in the state of Wisconsin. So I worked at the same facility as the wound care coordinator. I ran the program from 2008 to 2019. Before I left here in 2019, I did graduate. I went back to school. I graduated as a registered nurse in December of 2018. I then became a director of nursing at a facility. I worked the entire pandemic as the only licensed nurse in my assisted living. Currently, I am RN consultant. I am CBRF instructor, which means I teach people to pass medications, fire safety, standard precautions and things of that nature. And then I put them on the Wisconsin registry. I currently teach CPR. I am in my application. I think that it said that I was opening an adult family home, but since then, since the application process, I now have my own adult family home. I have 4 clients that I take care of. I chose a all-girl population. My young ladies are the age range of 19 to 35. They have extensive life history. They have mental health. I provide care for them with my staff 24 hours a day. I'm responsible for them. They have had some lives as well that I absolutely love helping them, taking care of them, kind of giving them a reset like my mom gave me. I have to tell them all the time, I am not your mother. I'm not your mother, but I do take care of them 24 hours a day. We provide meds, meals. I shop for them. They're under my care. What am I doing right now? I attend church regularly. I volunteer. For the last 4 years, I've done my own personal toy drive with the Milwaukee Rescue Mission and the Hope House. I am an extreme couponer. I sound a little bit crazy, but I donate a lot of toiletries in that when I donate clothes to the Rescue Mission and the Hope House. I have paid all of my debts back to society. Healthcare is my love. It is what I do day in and day out. I'm currently working now as we speak on this Zoom. So I cannot blame it on anything that I went through. It made me stronger. It made me realize, that forgiveness, people are able to be forgiven. The reason that I applied for the pardon, one, it's been lingering a long time. I have been in hospitals, went on interviews, met like the manager on duty. And then when your background comes, they hire you pending your background. Then when your background comes back, it's like, we can't hire you. We loved you in person, but we had to finalize your background and no, we can't give you this job. So I have been qualified for jobs that were not given to me because of this. I would like to do some traveling. I cannot get a passport. I would like to have my gun rights restored. I would like to do some like recreational hunting. I overall have paid I feel like every ounce of me back and just helping people and not doing those type of things anymore. I would like to go back to school and not maybe be blacklisted for this. I haven't quite decided yet where I am in my healthcare career. I'm really happy with the girls. They really keep me busy at the adult family home. So I'm not too sure if school, if I need to go back, but just asking, the pardon board to just consider the things that I've done since then to kind of restore some of me as a person. I just would, it's been such a long time. I don't mind telling this story to people. I've told it to some of my staff. And just kind of like rebuilding. There's so much mental health out here. There's just so many people who've been through life experiences and being able to turn myself around. If I can do it, absolutely. I tell them that they absolutely can do it. So that's kind of why I have been working on this application for a pardon.
Great,
Any
thanks.
questions, please let me know. I'm super nervous, so I apologize.
You did just fine. You're very thorough. Questions from the board? Jerry?
The police report seems to indicate that the credit card, the Target credit card that was used, you took out of a woman's purse who was one of your patients.
So at 17, when it came to me, I felt alone. I had a public defender. A lot of the things I felt like that I was saying is what they told me to say. I physically did not do that, But when the story came, of course, they interviewed people from the job. No one was going to take that blame. I felt cornered. I admitted to it. I literally did not, I felt like I didn't have a choice. You know, I lost my job. I lost the people I was hanging with. I literally said, yes, I did it.
Would you hire someone as a nurse to be on your staff who had stolen a credit card from a patient?
I have before, not exactly a like allegations. Well, people, residents that are alert and orientated. I have before. It's been a long time. I completely understand. I'm transparent when people ask me about things of this nature. As being a director of nursing, things that I would do, I would probably get the client a lockbox. I would probably ask the client not to keep it on their person, but I honestly would. I have hired people with extensive backgrounds.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Cindy?
So you disclosed in your application a disorderly conduct from 2003 and another one from 2004.
2003.
And you wrote closed, fine paid. I had so many issues at the time.
I did.
What were the circumstances around those two disorderly conducts?
The first of which was the disorderly conduct I can remember. It was in Greendale, and it was a young lady I had went to school with. We hadn't seen each other in years, and that old hoorah came up, and she actually threw, I want to say maybe like her soda on my car. And it was a trigger for me. We actually didn't physically touch she actually maced me. I never got to physically touch her, but the police were called in Greendale. And I actually had made it. We talked to the police. I had actually made it home. They asked me to come back to Greendale, and then they wrote that disorderly conduct ticket. By the time I got back, her mom was there. They had let me go. So I did end up getting a disorderly conduct ticket after making it home, after saying, hey, you were the victim here. But then they called and said, can you come back? We got more questions. And once I got back, that's when they decided that, you know, oh, we should have never let you go. Her story is different from yours. So that is how I got a disorderly conduct ticket. Never touched her. She threw the soda. Words were exchanged. I'm sure gestures were exchanged. Vulgarities were exchanged. I got maced. They let me go. And again, they asked me to come back. They said, hey, we have more questions. And I went back. I had no idea. I thought I was free to go. So that's what happened with 2004 disorderly conduct.
And what about the 2003?
2003 disorderly conduct? I don't believe I have any disorderly conduct from 2003.
Well, you've disclosed them on your application. They're both in your application. You wrote 5/21/2003 and then 2/17/2004.
So, okay, it comes back to me now. So 2001 was for Oak Creek and one was for Glendale. I was working in a facility and there were maybe 4 residents and there were 2 staff members. So food was coming up missing, things were coming up missing. They initially tried to charge me with theft. We went back over the schedule. I was there at the time, but I was not working. So they changed the theft to disorderly conduct for whatever reason. That was in Oak Creek. So yes, absolutely.
So what were your behaviors? I'm not clear.
I didn't have any behaviors. What happened was it was two staff members on board and food and toiletries was coming up missing. So I had the day off. When she reported it, she reported both of us. So Oak Creek came to my apartment just out of the blue and they asked me, could they take me in? So they took me in. They initially tried to give a theft charge. But I don't know if the lady decided to recant her story. So they changed that from theft to disorderly conduct. Why they did, I have no idea. I ended up paying, I want to say maybe like $180-something fine. And that was it for Oak Creek.
Okay, but you're saying you got 2 disorderly conduct tickets, you paid fines on both of them and you did nothing wrong.
For the group home, no, absolutely, I did not. And the
Okay.
altercation at Southridge, I mean, I guess disorderly conduct would be us yelling vulgarities at each other. It would be us waving our hands, acting uncivilized. So that would be true disorderly if you look at it. But for them to let me go home, you know, we both had an argument, but we didn't touch each other. I just got made. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thanks for appearing before us, Tanisha. You'll hear from us in about a month, but appreciate your time and hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, next we're on to Bevan Christie. So Bevan, if you wouldn't mind turning your camera on and unmuting yourself. All right, well, you've seen how this works, Bevan, so please proceed with sharing your story.
Sure. So my name is Bevan Christie. In 1996, I was 21. I had just had given birth to my son in March. I was in the process of breaking up with my son's father in August. We were living in Whitewater at the time, and I was doing some work for a local property owner who rented out apartments to college students. And so I was working, cleaning out the apartments, turning them over for the fall for the students to come, you know, for new students to come back. And so one day it was multiple units. There was a hallway full of old mail just piled up all over. And I scooped it all up, and I thought it was old, so I threw it away. And there was a box of checks in there, and I initially threw them away. And to this day, all these years later, I could not tell you what made me go back and get those checks. But I took them. And then I went with my son's father to Janesville Mall. And he was moving out. He had been taking things from the house, and I wrote, I can't remember the number of checks. It might have been 6 or so at different stores around the mall. And I had purchased things for him, so he would stop taking my things. And then I had purchased stuff for our son. And then I took the rest of those checks after I did that, and I destroyed them and threw them away. And so later that fall, then I spoke with the police, and they processed me. I also had a public defender, and I pleaded no contest. I had 4 years probation and some restitution and community service. I completed all of my community service and my probation. It was extended at one point for payment, but then I believe all that was paid. I was pulled over for making an illegal U-turn and found out that I had a warrant. I didn't know, but I guess it was because it was complicated because my probation officer had left. I had a new one. I had also moved during that time, and so I didn't realize I was still on. It had been extended. So I was arrested, and I was released once the balance of the money was paid, which once I was processed, and then it was paid pretty quickly, but it still took a while. For me, I was at the House of Correction. So since then, I have a background in workforce development and education. 2 years later, in 1998, I was on actually AFDC when the W-2 program began, and I went to work for Maximus, which was one of the companies that was contracted to implement the W-2 program in Milwaukee. And I worked there for 4 years until I was laid off after 9/11, and bounced around a little bit through temp agencies and ended up at a high school. And that's when I decided to go to college because I wanted to work with young people. And so I put myself through Alverno and finished my undergrad, and I rolled right into my master's degree. And through a conversation with one of the deans about my desire to work with young people and help them identify their strengths and their interests and passions, so that they could make informed decisions about their their futures. And so she said, I'm on a board of a new school. It just opened, and there's this position for you, and I think that you should come and interview. And so, long story short, I was hired as part of the founding team for Carmen Schools of Science and Technology. And I was there for 11 years. I launched all their career readiness, community engagement, apprenticeships. I oversaw the Carmen High School. I was the executive director of the Carmen High School Development Organization, which was a 509(a)(3) supporting organization of the school, where we did the programming for the scholarships and the internship and apprenticeship program. I left there after 11 years. And I've recently gone into consulting for the last 2 years, where I work with nonprofits and high schools around career readiness, also partnerships and launching of programs. I belong to a couple of different committees and boards. I've been on the Committee for Black Male Achievement with the City of Milwaukee, and with a couple of different committees with UW Milwaukee and Marquette for Black and Latino Male Achievement. And I sit on two committees for Employee Milwaukee. And then I just recently stepped down from the Neighborhood Improvement District Board in Sherman Park, and the Zeidler Board as well.
All right. Thanks, Bevan. Questions from the board? Well, you're very thorough. Thanks for your time and your candor, and you'll hear from us in about a month, but hope you have a good day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, and last, we are with Eric Dreyer. So Eric, thanks for waiting patiently. Eric, are you there?
Hello?
Hello, there you are.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm working off my iPad.
Oh, not a problem.
So I don't even know, I'm not very computer savvy at all, sir. So I don't even know if I can bring up a picture of me or not.
There's usually like, if you're on an iPad, it should have a camera, but if you click on the little camera icon, the lower left-hand corner of your screen.
I do not.
Let me see, I can maybe prompt you too.
Start video, bingo.
There you go.
Okay, there we are.
All right. Well, Eric, you've seen how this goes, so I'm going to hand things right over to you.
Hello, board. My name is Eric Dreyer. I committed my crime approximately 16 years ago. I was an 18-year-old kid. I was on my motorcycle with a whole bunch of buddies at the time, riding a wheelie in like the West Bend area on like Highway 33 going towards like Fort Washington. Cop was coming onward. My buddy at the time that was next to me was also doing a wheelie. It was kind of like dusk. So like the sun was probably in the officer's eyes because we were headed east. The officer was headed west. We set our bikes down. He had his girlfriend on the back and he ran. And I'm like, okay, young, dumb kid. I'm like, well, maybe I should run so I don't get a ticket out of this. Yeah, lo and behold, that was pretty dumb because then I got arrested. I think it was like 2 to 3 days later because everybody in my group pulled over and they got my name and address and everything from the guys that I was riding with at the time. The cop came, arrested me. I did 45 days with Huber. That really sucked, opened up my eyes. So since then, I have 15 years in the Army. I'm a sergeant first class. I'm a non-commissioned officer in charge of a forward engineer support team in Kansas City. So the Army flies me every month from Milwaukee to Kansas City. I have 3 deployments under my belt. I'm hoping for another one. I am a journeyman plumber. I've ran numerous projects throughout Milwaukee. When I was at JFA Hearn, I was at Hooper. I was at numerous shops, but I could just never move up. I'm cross connection certified, ASSE certified, and I have my Class A CDL. Why I should be pardoned is it hurts me in my military career, because I can't get to like the next rank, and I can only get like a certain level of security clearance. So in order to get the next rank, you have to be able to get that security clearance. Mind you, I wasn't even allowed to join the military, but when I joined, there was a big push for Afghanistan. So I think the recruiter did some funny paperwork, and I was able to join the Army, and I believe that straightened me out. I have no criminal offenses since then. I believe it was 06 or 07. Yeah, I mean, I have a bunch of certs for plumbing, and it's very hard for me to move up in the plumbing field with my felony. I believe I have letters because I wrote, the lady from Clean Slate also did my application, so I hope I have letters. I do not. Okay. Yeah, because I have letters from like the plumber 75, like the president, old Army commanders. I mean, I can get those to you if you guys would give me an email, forward those all to you. But yeah, I have police officers that were buddies of mine in the Army, and some doctors that I know. Also just mentoring young soldiers, and then them, you know, running a background check on you and going, oh, you're a felon? Like, how did you even join? How did you? And you're like, oh my gosh, here we go. You know, the one time when I was with Pewaukee for 12 years in that unit, and they went up to Canada, and I was the only guy that couldn't go because of my felony for like our 2 weeks. And they built some stuff up there at like an airplane hangar and a whole bunch of stuff on like a landing strip up there, which would have been really nice to do. I'd like to volunteer, but without, you know, with having a felony, I can't help. Like I want to do like Hometown Heroes in Grafton, and I'd like to mentor some kids and help them. I own my own house, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if that's a big deal. And then like real deep personally, it like, I'm 36 now, I'm single. Every girl that I meet, they like CCAP you right in front of you. And they're like, oh, I don't care that you did this or you did that, but you have this felony from when you were a kid. So thanks for the dinner and have a good day. So, I mean, that's all I have. If you have any questions, board.
Thanks, Eric. Questions from the board? Jeff?
So I'll be, candid with you here, Mr. Dreyer. I'll tell you what worries me. Is anytime I see a crime like this where someone was putting a lot of people at risk. I mean, according to the reports, you were going over 125 miles an hour on this bike. So not only were you risking your own life, obviously, but the officers, any other cars coming along, other motorcycles. How do you look back and, I'm not interested in I was a 20-year-old dumb kid kind of thing, because that doesn't cut it. So what do you think about what you did?
What I did.
You weren't just doing a wheelie, right? I mean, you may have been doing a wheelie when you first saw the officer, but you guys were out of control crazy in terms of how you were driving.
Yes, sir. Yeah, as soon as that happened, my parents were like, you're selling the bike, you're not doing anything of that nature anymore. And I believe that I learned from that. And I haven't got, I think I maybe have one speeding ticket on my record. I can't remember. But ever since then, I have no other criminal violations, sir.
Well, thank you for your answer and thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Jerry?
Were your were your deployments always with engineer units?
Yes, sir. Yep. So my first two tours, my first tour was in 2010. We were in Operation Dragon Strike, and we were building bases for the 101st Airborne in like the Helmand Kandahar province. And then in 2013, I went with the unit in Pewaukee, and we went over and we helped the 10th Special Forces guys up in the Helmand province, or in the Kunar province. And we were chasing the Taliban back in the mountains. And then my last deployment was last year. I was in Qatar, and we were building projects. We were moving the Army base in Qatar to the Air Force base. And then when we were done with that, we would volunteer and help all the refugees, because all the Afghan refugees flew into that air base, sir.
And did you come under fire in any of those times?
Yes, sir. Yeah, my first tour in 2010, we lost 32 guys.
Wow. And so do you have a CIB?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, well, that's something to be really proud of, and thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
I have one.
Verna?
So do you have a charge from April 17th of 2019 that you're challenging or something for alcohol?
Yes, that was an OWI offense. And I mean, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but if I could explain it, I would greatly appreciate it.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. So I was coming home from an Admiral's game, and where I live in New Berlin, you get off on Moreland Avenue and then turn onto Greenfield. I don't know if anybody knows that intersection, but it's like a 3-lane road. And I turned all the way to the left lane because my street is like two streets up on the left-hand side, on the south side. So an officer pulled me over for lane deviation, and he did the fields on me, and I blew a .08 at the scene. And I failed the fields because I was wearing ostrich skin shoes and it was wet outside. So he took me in. Then I blew a .14 at the, what do you want to call it? The station. Because I had bubble gum in my mouth. So it like revved it up. And then, well, actually the officer that pulled me over couldn't arrest me because he was in trouble. I don't know if you guys know that news article that came out a couple of years ago of like the 200 officers that got in trouble in Wisconsin. So he was one of those officers, and he was in trouble and couldn't arrest me because he was on some kind of like probation with the city of police, like the New Berlin Police Department. So he brought in another officer that arrested me. And then I blew that 1.14. And then 3 months later, the arresting officer got arrested in Waukesha for OWI and blew more than me. And then they let him go because he was an officer, and he's also part of that 200.
Oh, this is about you, okay?
So so yes, I did get pulled over for OWI, and I'm fighting it just because of one of the officers got fired and the other officer wasn't able to arrest me. And the pullover was not like warranted. So yes, ma'am.
So there was a alcohol assessment ordered. Did you do that?
Lost your audio.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, yes, I did do the assessment.
Okay, what were the results?
The gentleman that did the class with me or whatever, he was like, yeah, he goes, I don't know why you're in here. So, but yes, I learned a lot from it. And ever since then, I really don't, I still have maybe 1 or 2 drinks, but I do it at home. But it kind of messed me up for my first and second tour in Afghanistan. But
so you still drink then?
Yes, ma'am, I
Thank
do.
You.
I'm sorry. Why? I mean,
any other questions for Eric? Well, Eric, thanks for appearing before us. You've heard me say this a bunch of times. You'll hear from us in about a month in terms of the outcome, but appreciate your time and candor with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, and with that, that concludes our afternoon session. Is there anybody to make a motion to move into closed session for the purposes listed on the notice? Jeff, is there a second? Cindy seconds. Anybody opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously.